Hello, everyone, and welcome once again. This is To Be Diced Adventures presenting your weekly Wednesday campaign, The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. I am your Dimension Master for the evening, Matt, also known as Wartor Knight out there on the interwebs, and we have once again a wonderful, wonderful story planned for you all today, featuring actually starring, because I'm just here. They're the ones who actually make this thing fantastic. Starting with KJ.
I managed to finish chewing before we started. Woot.
You're welcome.
Hello, I'm KJ. You can find me on most social medias at kj.cosplay, most active on TikTok and Instagram. I play the party's child, Petrichord Riley, cleric paladin rogue. They're a mess. It's fine.
It is indeed fine. Speaking of things that are fine, Victor, would you like to introduce yourself?
Don't mind if I do.
Hey,
Mind if I don't. Hi.
Yeah.
I am Victor _ the Story Weaver on TikTok. You can find me there and all my multiple personalities that sprout from time to time as I try to cope with the existence of this mortal coil. And while I am here, I will be playing Borrow, the wandering monk with a very open book of a backstory that absolutely does not bother anyone whatsoever.
You liar.
So yeah.
KJ has left the building. You're muted.
You're a fucking liar and you know it.
And we move to the bottom row with Taylor.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on all social media platforms. If you like cosplay, D&D stuff, special effects makeup, smashable monsters, you should totally join my page. And I also do a bunch of collaborations with these lovely people as well. Because they're all amazing. But I play in this amazing and wonderful campaign, Xanthi Nightingale. She's also a mess, former alcoholic, and is trying her best. That is all I can say. It'll buff out.
This is all we can ask of you.
But keyword try.
Keyword try. Moving on to our guest for this arc, this dimension along this trip around the dial, the one and only Oz.
One sec. Ma! I'm playing D&D with my friends. Yes, I have friends. God. Mothers, am I right? Yeah. Hi.
I'm so happy.
Hello there. I am your lovely guest, Oz, also known as Son of a Ghost on all social media, mainly TikTok at the moment. I have the lovely honor of playing Sol Arkan Noctis, a astro elf with a lot of mechanical wisdom and some knowledge of the spiritual arcane. And, well, so far, this whole arc of the campaign has been one big oof. And I'm hoping tonight's session will bring some of those pieces together.
I do just want to point out that canonically, because your name is Son of a Ghost, you were just yelling at a specter on the other side.
Listen.
You're not my dad.
Listen,
he said to the ghost.
We shall soon be joined by the wonderful and beautiful and amazing Daddy Tarzan 82855. Tarzan himself playing our best boy, Clucky McCluckerson, in but a moment once he is able to join us. But until that happens, if we may, there is a line that I say here when I talk about last session. Oh, yes. Last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago, our wonderful crew here decided that the best course of action was to try and recharge the crystal themselves. And I will not say that they were totally unsuccessful, for while it was not, for lack of a better term, was not exactly what was needed to get the results they intended, they did get some side effects. Number one being a very brief stint in another dimension along the dial. Everybody going to a randomly determined dimension. Some people showing up with some other party members, and some people showing up alone but by former party members, and some people just alone. And when everybody returned from this spiritual journey, they ended up coming back in not their own bodies. We had let me see if I can remember this without using my notes. We had Petrichor in the body of Sol Arkin, who was in the mind of Petrichor as Clucky was driving the body. In Clucky's body was Riley. We had Jerry the Goose in the body of Barrow, who was inhabiting the body of Lil Guy, the glowtail lizard, who was inhabiting the body of Xanthe Nightingale, who was inhabiting the body of Jerry the Goose. And I believe that was everybody. Yes? I think we're all covered. Naturally, as they started to navigate their newfound situation, of course, they were attempting to fix the crystal, for a small fracture had shown up. And the only way that could happen was via Barrow's mending spell at the hands of none other than Geraldo Guzman, Jerry the Goose, which was a not so eye-opening experience for everybody as he was blind. And of course, when you have a D&D related body swap episode, you have to have at least one combat for everybody's characters to try to navigate what combat is like with everybody else's abilities, because that's totally not chaotic as all hell. It was a nice little jaunt, a couple rounds, until I believe eventually what ended up happening was Petrichor learning that these enemies were of an undead nature, talked Clucky into utilizing their turn undead channel divinity to actually scratch that, destroy undead, to literally wipe out every undead that was assailing the doctor's laboratory. After the crystal was fixed, everybody did return to their true bodies, and some investigation began to happen about the sword in question, the magical sunblade recovered from Jerry the Goose, hoping to abscond away with its partner, a certain shield that is in possession of one Aristina Shadewatcher. Upon some, I'll let the players determine if it's revealing visions from none other than the broken god Ilmater, it was decided by Petrichor to contact via sending the High General herself, the former High General herself, saying, "We need to talk." And they got a response that they can talk at her estate in the Upper Ribs district of Ebenfell. How will Jerry the Goose, as promised, get the party back into the city of Ebenfell? Will they successfully make it to Aristina's estate? And what on earth is going to happen once they begin this dialogue? These questions and more have yet to be diced.
God, I love that intro so much.
we return to the 7th iteration of Dr. Diago's laboratory. Slightly in shambles after a brief combat with some undead abominations. And the message still ringing in the mind of Petrichor that the High General is ready to talk. What, pray tell, shall we do?
After getting the response, Petrichor just kind of sighs, but stands up and follows everybody else outside.
I'm going to say Borrow's going to take a moment before they start walking, where he sort of pauses the party, takes a rag from his traveling gear and takes the sun sword, the important sword, and he just wraps it, because now at this point he has the katana and he has that sword as well, and he has the dragon sword. So he wraps the one in question. So he continues, but with that one concealed, or rather not visible.
Noted.
I'll also say that when Petrichor makes their way out to join the rest, he just has a moment where he sort of tilts his attention to them, sort of expectantly, to see if they say anything.
I think they almost miss the tilts as they're walking by, but just kind of barely catch it out the side of their eye. Kind of stop and look at you. What?
Anything you will be sharing with the rest of us?
I mean, nothing that's not already part of our plans, kind of.
Very well.
We're already going back to the city, so.
All right.
Speaking of the city, how do we plan to get in? It's not as if we can just waltz through the front gates.
Well, he's the one that said he could help us. Points to Jerry.
Yeah, I actually can. I did say I can get us in, and quite literally, my plan is to waltz through the front gate.
What?
Nancy just literally looks at him like he is fucking stupid.
What? Listen, I got this, and actually, you're going to be very important in it. Pointing at Xanthi.
We can't just walk through the front gates.
Excuse
Watch
me,
me.
what?
You could. We can't.
Why not?
We literally just, Clucky and I literally just took out a bunch of cops. What the fuck do you want me coming through the front gate with you for? And I don't even know if I want to go along with any idea that you fucking have.
All right. Let us hear him out.
I'm gonna
Thank
fucking regret
you.
this.
See, the blind one can see where I'm coming from here. Anyway,
Jerry,
Jesus Christ,
just
shut up.
explain yourself.
you don't know who Jesus Christ is. Anyway,
Really does.
The guy who
first
walked around barefoot and gave people bread.
first point is that because you guys are wanted criminals, they're not looking for you guys getting into the city. They're looking for you guys getting out. That is the first piece of input. And the second piece of input, and he pats his bag of holding, I don't go anywhere unprepared.
So what is your plan? What are you getting at here?
I take a piece of paper out from this bag. You politely read it, like you did at the Goose's Roost, and then we walk through the front gates.
Are you going to tell me what spell I'm going to be reading?
I don't know names of spells, but we're not going to look like this.
Have I heard of
Even him.
that kind of magic?
Would you like to make an Arcana check?
Sure. Where the fuck are my dice?
First roll of the day.
What?
Okay,
It's Wednesday.
I will tell you this right now. I remembered I
I'm
packed
just-
them because I'm moving. Soon. I don't know when. It'll happen.
Hey, move.
I have one D20, and it is the one from of Brass and Briar. So if Satara or anyone from that campaign are watching, this is a first roll publicly on this dice.
I waive the dice juju of character involved, like necessity for this one roll because dice are packed. DMs can
Oh
do that.
God, it's cocked. Try again. Can't read these dice. They're pretty, but they're hard to read. Arcana 18.
18. You definitely know that this is for sure illusion magic. You know that there is spells that you can cast over a group of people to make them appear not as they are. Like, this is a legitimate thing.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Xanthi, he's not lying. It is possible.
I just hate the idea of being in plain sight, but
No one else will know that it's us. I mean, it's still not comforting because, like, you'll know that you're still you, but, like, even when, like, you look at one of the other of us in this thing, we won't look like us.
Petrichor, I get where you're coming from. I don't know. This city itself, there's so many enemies hiding within it, and there's even enemies hiding within our minds. And if they're able to get into our fucking heads, it makes me even wonder if a disguise is even going to do anything.
It'll
I
help
mean,
us hide from law?
Unless, yeah, exactly. Unless the person behind all these grand scheme machinations is a gate guard, I think we're okay, at least for now. A little bit.
Fucking fine.
I think before we proceed, there it is something that I will share with you all. I was able to see something about the sword and the shield. They were retrieved by Aristina and also, damn it, I forgot the other name.
Brumar Underrock.
Rumar Underrock. Both of them brought this to. Do I know the name of the other person? Did they deliver it's just the description, right? A
You just
Shatterkai
got
with a
it.
great axe? No, Duergar with the red robes is the one that they deliver it to, correct?
No, the Dwargar with the red robes, you are assuming is Brumar Underrock. And the Shatterkai with the great axe, you definitely would understand is High General Aristina Shadewatcher.
Yeah.
And they gave it to, I believe that I said
Lythro, wearing black robes with purple accents. Got it.
Yep.
Um,
her.
so yeah,
which
so,
you can assume who that is if you'd like, but that's on you.
Yeah. I know that this sword has radiant light properties, and I also sense there is some necrotic energy within, though I do not understand it. But Brumar Underrock and Aristina obtained the sword and shield and presented it to a light throw individual wearing black robes with purple accents. I do not know if you would know anyone with attire and features such as that, Jerry.
He's thinking. And what I will say is that you also saw this person's visage go from a normal visage to a more undead visage.
You mentioned that a lich runs this place.
Oh, yeah. Archmagister Solin. That's the Zeely first name. Solin. Yeah. Been in charge for a while now. Yeah. Definitely a lich. Like, openly about everybody knows that.
I wonder if the necrotic energy that is within this sword may be connected to them. But the question remains, if Aristina and Underrock presented this to this person, provided that this person is indeed the lich and not somebody else, what is leading them to try to obtain it now separately?
So, in this moment, anybody who wishes can make an Arcana check.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'll do it.
Fuck yeah, I'll do it.
Does that include me?
If you wish.
I mean,
That is a 19. I think I have a +1, or either that or a +0 to Arcana, and that's like bad for a sorcerer. But... yeah, I have a +0 to Arcana, so that's a straight 19.
Sorcerers don't study magic, they do magic.
Okay, that's true, I guess. Yeah, that will be a 19 from me, dear Dimensional Dungeon Master.
Dear Dimension Master, that is a 29.
Oh, smash.
I got it.
so not high enough. It's okay. You'll get it next time.
Is that everybody who rolled, or did other people roll?
Don't worry about it. It ain't my thing. It ain't my
Valid.
thing. Don't worry about it.
I'll put it in chat.
Fair. Yeah, this would be Petrichor and then Soul picking this up. You know, when thinking about liches, powerful wizards basically who become undead in nature to enhance their magical ability and prolong their life to study more magic and become more powerful, basically. And part of the reason that they are able to do this is through the construction of something. I'm going to say, Soul, you're trying to think the word, you don't get it yet. Petrichor, you're not sure why you know, but the word that comes to mind is phylactery, which is an object that is very ornate in nature, that basically the lich, when approaching lichdom, puts a piece of their soul into.
KJ has to process this information before I can say anything in character.
Speaking for two minds.
No. Flashbacks to a different campaign that I don't even play in anymore. I think as Petrichor is kind of thinking about it, kind of confused as to why they know this information, but also not entirely surprised given they spent a lot of time researching life and death and things that transcend it. And so it could have been a little trivial piece of whatever that they read in a book once and they just happened to remember. But they just kind of, I mean, do you guys know how liches become a thing? Because that's a story.
Would Xanthi know how liches become a thing?
Not with a roll of a 19.
Okay. Xanthi would just kind of shrug and she goes, I heard they're kind of terrifying, but never really seen one.
I mean,
Yes,
it
I
kind
know.
of depends on the lich.
Xanthi, you have seen a lich.
What? When?
Right before Petrichor and Clucky obliterated it.
Yep. Your old dude at the...
Oh,
Never-
shit!
Yeah. He was a
Oh.
lich.
Fuck!
They didn't
He
know
wasn't
that,
a
though.
lich when you knew him.
Nope.
Yeah, but oh my god, that makes so much fucking sense because he's a fucking wizard. God fucking damn it. Shit.
It's kind of an interesting process. I mean, you have to be really dedicated to becoming a lich to become a lich.
Jerry's
Which-
gonna snicker and go, dedicated.
It get
Jerry.
Petrichor giggles.
Xanthi just groans.
Anyway, you kind of have to have things like it's a process, obviously, like most things are. But like you have to have phylactery,
Ah, yes, phylactery.
which is kind of this like ornate thing that they put like a part of their soul
Yes, yes.
into to become a lich. It's a whole thing.
Makes so much sense.
I don't know if that tidbit of knowledge helps. I kind of spaced out, but yeah.
So, what are you saying, Petrichor? You're saying that this sword may be one of those objects that you speak of?
I mean, maybe. I know necromancy, a lot of people just think it's about like death, raising the dead, killing people, life-sucking power. That's not all it does. I use necromancy every once in a while. Like when Clucky's gone down a couple times, we're like, oh no, he's gonna die. And like last second, I like spare the dying. Heh. That's necromancy. So like anything, there's healing spells and healing properties that come from necromancy because it's the manipulation of life. So it's not all bad.
Wait,
Jerry's actually gonna pipe up and be like, yeah, that's why, like, in other places I visited where they're like, necromancy is no go. Like, healthcare sucks there because like there is none. It's all like potions and stuff like that. And that only gets you so far.
Wait. So, phylactery. Back up. Wait a minute. It can be any object, right?
I mean, isn't it usually like Jerry's now like, oh, this is what you guys are talking about. That a phylactery, now that you've mentioned it, is a pricey thing. Now Jerry knows something. So he's like, I mean, usually it's like a big gem, right? But I mean, I don't know how it works. I don't know if like it must be made out of this or something, like, or whatever the case may be. I mean, I'm no wizard, but
Have I read
Those-
stories
pricey.
anywhere about like what different people who have tried or have successfully become liches use as their phylactery?
with a 29, basically you'll know that like stereotypically it is a gem of some kind, or excuse me, just like something made out of like precious metals, to be like a statue perhaps, or whatever the case may be. Like it's they're expensive, and usually it's just a lot of them will try to make it more sentimental for whatever the case may be, but yeah.
Borrow. May I see the sword?
Mauro takes the sword, unwraps it from the cloth, and sort of presents it to you.
Takes it. Studies every inch of the blade. Are there any jewels on this sun sword?
Say again, are there jewels on the sword?
Mhm.
For sure, a few.
Any
Not to mention the blade is crystal,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, isn't the blade itself crystal?
yeah.
Mhm.
and when activated, it fills with sunlight.
Any of them seem more either post making of the sword placed or more ornate than the rest?
What tool proficiencies do you have?
I have smithing tools.
I have tinker tools.
Give me.
Brewer supplies.
Give.
Xanthi also has brewer supplies.
Fucking love it.
Let's just dump the sword in some alcohol and see what comes up.
It's called etching.
Yeah.
Soul, go ahead and give me a wisdom check, but add your proficiency bonus. This is going to be a smithing check, a smith's tools check.
Smash.
Smath.
God damn it.
Wow.
I could not talk for a minute there.
The smath was not smathing.
Smithing. That is a dirty 21.
Nice.
You looking over this sword, looking at it, definitely every
Every nook and cranny.
every carving in the handle, every placement of a gem, every how the crystal was mounted to the hilt, every little thing seems incredibly deliberate, like this is how the blade was intended to be. Nothing sticks out as an alteration or an addition or like anything that has altered it from whatever its original form is.
Okay. You said there were runes on it?
I believe that was part of the original description, and I believe that I said that it was an ancient form of Elvish that none of y'all could make sense of.
Could I have an elven dictionary in my pack and then try to cross-reference by chance?
That, my friend, is like trying to use a Italian to English dictionary to translate ancient Latin.
Listen,
That's not how you do it.
I have a question. Is there
fine.
any place that we can set up a bonfire?
I mean,
Wouldn't
we're just
recommend
out. We're
There's
just sitting
no-
outside the laboratory.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking this is, and this is maybe just because I watch way too much Lord of the Rings, but could we maybe heat up the blade and see if anything shows up? It is a sun sword, so I figured maybe we need to use something to activate the arcana or the magic in it. I don't know. This
I mean, without a blacksmith person, the idea of trying to submit a magical sword to fire is kind of like the equivalent of us trying to recharge the crystal by ourselves.
Wow, I wish
Borrow.
that somebody would have just made a Smith's tools check.
Well, we don't have Master Smith isn't here, okay?
Listen,
Wow, you're going to talk shit about him to his face?
Look, I'm just trying to think of ideas, okay?
I'm gonna give you one more chance, Borrow. Just one more.
Okay.
How about this? How about we just get to the city? We're gonna talk to Aristina anyway. If she was there and knows about the sword, why don't we just ask her?
So, see, this is my thinking, Petrichor. When you were talking about words,
Anyway,
phylacteries, you said it's a jewel that connects to who they are when they are rich.
I
correct?
mean, it's not necessarily a jewel because sometimes people will use their statue. A lot of people will make it sentimental, but if
However,
sometimes it's a piece of power. Who knows? It just depends.
so the Lich has its phylactery. Not entirely sure how Arstina became undead, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the shield was used. If we are to assume that this necrotic energy from Sun Sword is in fact something to do with that, then I would say the shield has the same kind of energy. What if the shield and the sword are phylactery?
Hold, please. Where is
Okay,
it?
it's not me. I just looked at Discord to see if there was messages that I was waiting for. And now a word from our sponsor.
I'm sorry. I'm researching.
Ever feel like talking some smack? I mean, smack.
Smack.
It's like when you use the term now kith. It's now smack.
I would like to kiss them down the thumb.
Sorry, guys. I gotta do my math homework.
Okay. 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 We're going to do this since I actually have it prepared. Do I have it prepared? I should. Yes, I do. Petrichor first is just going to ask, do we have time?
Soul's gonna look at the sky and try to gauge from the stars what time it is. Since he's been here for 300 years, he should know, I would think.
Just because I can, you hear, oh, time, here. And Clucky holds out a magical timepiece.
That's right.
Forgot about that. Soul will take it, look it over.
It is the equivalent of 11 in the morning.
I'd say we could spare a couple hours.
I don't need that long. Can I see the sword?
Sure. And he'll flip it over.
I don't know. Can you?
Shut up, goose. Petrichor will take the sword and then we'll sit down. And this has material component requirements that I actually have.
Oh.
That was part of what I was looking at. I was like, does this spell has a thing? So.
Oh, shit. You do have.
I do have legend
I know
lore.
what you're doing. Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. The lore must consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more information you already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is.
Okay.
I love this fucking spell.
The information you learn is accurate, but might be what the fuck does that say? Something in figurative language. For example, if you have a mysterious magic axe in your hand, the spell might yield this information. It has a thing that it's like a riddle, but I know that the information I get is accurate. It's a 10-minute casting time.
You say that you have these material components?
Yeah.
Where did you get these? Don't worry about it.
I mean,
shit.
yeah, but
Walgreens. They got it
it's
from
Wait a
not
minute.
actually in my inventory, but I have a little notebook I keep with me that I write down some of the things I have. Some of these things I had before we started the campaign.
Interesting.
Putting a little wrench in the works, if you will.
Whilst I take a moment to make an answer for this that is appropriate. Oh, never mind. Where he go?
He's
He
here
was
and then
here.
he's not. He keeps popping in and out.
Well, if he comes back, add him in and tell him to introduce himself.
Hell yeah.
Get back in here.
You okay? So it says name or describe a person, place, or object. I guess we're gonna like tweak that because you have it in your hands. I think that about covers that part. Hmm. The information you glean from the casting of this spell this is the blade of the last blade of sunlight. Crafted in the ancient city of Northromia before the time when there was no sun. Said to have been made from the last ray of sunlight that this world has ever known. This blade and its counterpart, a shield, have been the what words? Basically, the signature weapon and shield of the royalty of Northromia. And laid with that royal family for millennia until the sword and the shield were recovered and repurposed by, at the time, Zili Solin, Minister of Illusion and Master of Tactics for the military of Ebenfell. Repurposed as together, this blade and this shield are his lich phylactery. And what I will give you as the last little bit, I didn't need to be this detailed, but I'm going to. As a pair, they are his phylactery. Therefore, he is protected as they are apart.
Interesting.
You said he's protected as they are apart, as in like because when they're
Yes.
together, they
When
make the thing that if both of them were to be close, then they become the thing that is the vulnerability. So while they're separate, they're not the
he's
whole thing.
safe. He's safe while they're not together.
It's like Horcruxes.
Yeah,
Kind of, yeah.
I mean that's where Horcruxes come from anyway. So that's what Voldemort is, a lich.
My
Freaking-
Eberron style note taking comes in handy again. I think I got almost all of that word for word.
Freaking British
I
lady.
was also
stealing
deliberately
from
speaking
D&D.
slow so that
Slower.
it could be heard. And what better time that... Oh, wait, never mind. Continue for now.
He's not even in share.
I know.
So now that the information is gotten, I'll give the thematic storytelling bits of what's going on. So Petrichor sits down, and from that little side pouch that occasionally they pull things out of, that you only ever see them use when doing spellcasting, they have some incense that they pull out and set in front of them, and then some ivory strips that they just lay in this. How many ivory strips is it? 4? Because I think it's fun. It matches the symbol on the petrified piece of wood, which is a rune for those who don't know.
Smash.
And the incense is burning at the bottom of this rune. And they just seem to go into this trance-like state with their legs folded crisscross, the sword sitting in their hands with their hands on their knees. And just for like 10 minutes, they're just kind of lightly swaying, their eyes still. And at the end of that 10 minutes, kind of partway through, because I imagine the information's
Oh,
Oh,
it's me. I made it.
glad you
We're
enjoyed it.
so happy.
Would have been
The
so
only
cool
thing
without you.
canonically that done is offer his time to what time it was.
How dare.
back to sun. So it's them. It's this it that ancient already in a time was the sort of signal royal the now was well that was build sticks. He repurposed the sword and the shields for the military. Them repurposed as they are now serve together as his phylactery. And while they're apart, he's protected. So I think whoever is purposely trying to bring them together might be trying to hurt him or take him down or do something. But when they're united, when they're together, I think he's more vulnerable.
So this sounds like a coup.
Perhaps. Or perhaps there is someone just wanting to make sure that those items are in a possession where they can know where they are.
Borrow, when it comes down to it, most people, knowing humans, elves, people alike, I've learned never to expect good intentions with something like this.
I mean, even
Not
if they
mentioning.
wanted to know where they were, wouldn't it just be safer to know where they were apart?
Not if you do not know that it could potentially move somewhere else.
Sounds like a perfectly good waste of a sword and shield to me.
Well, Clucky, I mean, they have purpose now, but they used to not be used for war or anything like that. They were just decoration, kind of.
Why would
They
you use
held.
unless you're like
Clucky, right? Yeah, sometimes like sword do good stabbing, but also
Hmm.
sometimes sword just pretty.
Well, Clucky, so you know how there's some of the weapons that you carry that you don't really actually use, but you still have them because it makes you look like a more intimidating fighter and everything?
And you look cool with them?
I don't understand what the meaning of cool, but yeah, I don't get to use the club too often. I don't know. I usually save it for like those big rocky big rocky what did Papa call them? Oak? I don't remember. But clubs are good for smashing non-living, right? Swords are good for poking holes in fleshy bits. There's purpose for each and every weapon that I carry, but
Yeah, it's the same with these. I mean, now they serve an actual fighting purpose, very similar to most of your weapons, but when they were created, their purpose wasn't to fight, it was to represent something. A lot of times when people have ceremonial weaponry, it's kind of like saying, we have this thing that can do a lot of damage, but we're using it in a way that represents peace.
I don't think Clucky's gonna really understand that.
I'm trying.
The bird says peace was never an option.
In any case, we now know a bit more about this sword and that shield, and we know that there are two parties wanting to retrieve these. And I believe that as of now, we may be heading in the direction of meeting one of them. But now the question lies, if Arstina Shadewatcher is seeking to unite these two, to what end?
Well, she told me that she wanted to keep it from. What did she say exactly? Something about protecting. I don't remember. I was more concerned about fighting her, but whatever. Notgoose wanted it for something. What did you want it for?
He was going to give it to someone else.
I don't give things to people. I sell things to people. Thank you very much.
Well, what
Rip
did
people off.
what did the people want the sword and shield for?
I don't ask questions. Aside
Well,
from how
maybe
much I
you should start asking questions.
He's a
As long as
con
he's paid, he
man.
doesn't care, Clucky.
I'm sorry, did you just call me a con man?
You are a con
Sales
man.
When have I conned you?
You've conned a lot of people.
People.
I didn't ask
not
who
important.
have I conned. I asked when did I con you?
Not important. Let's focus on the task at hand.
Just because you have not imposed your con antics on us doesn't make you any less of a con man.
Riley says every con man has a front, and your front is your store so that you're able to get away with what you con.
Well, tell Riley to shut up.
Don't you dare tell the child to shut up.
Petrichor,
I told them to.
are leeches able to turn others to undead?
I mean, once again, it kind of depends. I mean, turning someone undead is less of like an ability and more of spellcraft. So potentially any lich can, because most liches tended to be wizards. So, yes?
DM, in my 300 years, have I seen this lich do this before?
In your in your 300 years, you didn't spend all of them here, but he doesn't typically have an undead entourage, if you will. Other than just like, some people that are around him who happen to be undead. They're not like his undead like a necromancer has. But just in general, like, being completely upfront and honest, like, the gnome dude that got stuck in the mirror, he could make undead.
I can make undead.
Whoa!
I can
What
make that.
about what about not an undead like the servants, but someone like Aristina?
It's possible.
Kind of like Lovitar, where like
Yes.
reborn in a way.
I figured something like that isn't possible without the hand of a god involved.
That's not entirely true.
I've heard of these reborn. What are they exactly again?
Oh, you would know that like reborn is a thing. They're sometimes called revenants, just like through one way, shape, or form, brought back as an undead, but able to retain their sentience and their sentience, their sapience, and their free will.
Okay, Matt, via
Define free will.
Petrichor's lens of knowledge,
Yeah,
I have certain answers I could give for this, but
yeah.
it changes depending on what Petrichor knows. What, based on studies that Petrichor has done, whether casually or information that they've learned from the doctor, what have you, powers to bring people back into a state of undeath.
Like what? Like, how does one go about this?
Or like that, and like what kind of people have done it.
Oh,
Frankenstein.
Because there's people like clerics that Petrichor obviously knows a lot about because of who they are and the interests that they've had, where they can bring them back to life, to a living state, but bringing
So-
them back to undeath is different.
bringing them back to undeath is different. Okay, so knowing that the first dimension is a theory, a high magic campaign, or like high magic setting, there is a lot of magic, or sorry, low magic setting, but there are you hear about things. Clerics, generally, like, they're pretty centralized. Like, there's not like a church on every corner that has a high cleric that's like a level 18 spellcaster or something like that. So even the basis spells of like revivify, they exist, but the amount of people that have actually witnessed them be used, let alone the amount of people who can use it, is very, very, very few. You've gathered that in the city of Ebenfeld, that is not the case. It is very much different in like how their views of necromancy in general are. It's kind of taboo originally. Here, it's the basis of the economy. So are there ways that Petrichor would know? I will say this. Give me a history check.
Not terrible history. I feel so bad. These dice are very pretty, but they're so fucking hard to read. What does that say? Oh, it's an R. Oh shit, that's a natural 20. It's a 25.
Smash.
Smash
What she
it.
said.
Better luck next time.
We win D&D, y'all.
Petrichor.
Oh god.
The cracks in the chest get a little brighter and larger. But instead of a vision of a scene from your memory, there is a flash of Petrichor looking at a book as it is being slammed shut in front of them. And you just hear, no.
Oh.
Ooh, what'd you do?
Keywords pop into your brain from the page. Notably, because it's the topic at hand, lich. Other words that would come to mind would be white, ghoul, zombie. There's banshee, ghost. And the word mummy. In parentheses. No. We'll keep that.
Secrets. How dare.
It's Zipdra.
What did you say?
Zipdra's in the chat.
Oh. Oh, hi.
Zip draw.
Why does Victor get all the cool stuff?
Always. Always, Zip. Always. Now, for your regularly scheduled break.
This is not fair. I want that for myself, damn it.
I love that it makes you so upset.
They're saying the stream is frozen.
No.
It's not frozen for me, so I guess the
Same.
the technical difficulties are being passed around.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like having to share like one singular brain cell.
Right.
Makes me
Exactly.
want a hot dog real bad.
Me watching from stream manager side, it's running fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's
Yeah,
going to
I
Twitch.
I just have the Twitch open and it looks fine to me.
Same.
It's no,
Smash.
it's just it's probably
They're saying it's back.
server issues on Twitch's end, I would assume.
Yeah, definitely. Agreed. Anyway,
Anyway,
As we were.
on with the chlorophyll.
Chlorophyll or chloroform?
You look like the 4th of July.
Not
God
yet.
damn it, Tarzan. You look like the 4th of July.
come back, ADHD kids. Oh my god.
Come on. Jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle. Come on.
The back
wrangle.
rooms.
Gotta wrangle the players.
And
God damn it,
another
trying
vocal
to bring
stim-
people back.
and another vocal stim
Send them back.
initiates.
Fuck.
Oh man.
Anyway, last time on D&D.
Silence.
So, anyways, I
Mr.
started
Clark,
blasting.
Take 2.
Petrichor got another vision.
Us ourselves went on the
Oh.
astral plane for a moment.
All right,
Look, you
just so
stand-
I have this in my notes right. Mummy parentheses no.
Nope, no, there is no
No.
parentheses.
No.
There is no parentheses. I take
Parentheses
that
taken.
back. These are not the parentheses you're looking for.
Lovely.
Star Wars reference.
We'll edit it out in post.
We don't edit this.
It'll buff out.
What?
Listen, if we did, I would have to do that, and I don't have the time for it.
What are we paying you for?
I don't get paid.
Who sent you?
I wish I did. Okay.
Soon, sometime.
Which
That's
is
the
why you
dream.
should totally subscribe to our Twitch channel so we can pay this little themlin.
For they are the best of us and deserve to be paid.
Absolutely.
Pay the themlin.
Okay.
Pay the
Anyway,
So, in response, I think what happens outwardly, fuck, what did Borrow ask?
Borrow asked if the lich was able to turn someone like undead, but not like a serpent, but like Aristina Shadewatch.
Since it was a nat 20, with that little vision that you had, I will give you an overall answer to that question of probably. The knowledge exists.
Petrichor looks like they're thinking, and then there's that stare that they only ever get when they're remembering something, but always in that way of it's like a flashback moment. And then they come back and they're like, yeah.
Smash.
Clucky is aggressively patting his Mr. Cluckers.
So, with the time that you have been here, would there be, other than the lich, do you or you, Jerry, can think of anyone else that could potentially have the power to have turned Shade Watcher into what she is today?
I mean, okay, hold on. Wait, before I say this in character. I'm trying to remember if Petrichor and Riley overheard this or if this was just this whole thing. She said that she did it herself, right?
I don't think so.
I feel like that was part of a conversation somewhere.
I remember her talking about like she did what she had to do.
That
Don't-
sounds accurate in that
Yeah.
Like,
statement.
Right.
Yeah, like she
But yeah.
became the undead that she is for whatever
Right, like
self-righteous,
she did
whatever
it 'cause it was, like,
purposes.
to protect like her, like it was a whole thing to trying to protect like her army and like her soldiers and stuff. But I didn't, from what I remember, I don't remember it hinting it to be like, oh, like I did it myself. It just felt more like I made the choice, or like I took this path.
So with this question being brought up, Jerry's going to kind of raise an eyebrow and go, well, for starters, you keep saying the lich as if there's not more than one.
Well, we're talking of the lich that's kind of running the place, or are you saying that there's more than one lich running this joint?
I mean, I think that there's at least two on the Council of Mages, but like he's the Archmagister.
Could one of them possibly be wanting to have him gone to take his place?
Wait, where's his name? I wrote it
I don't really know why somebody would want to, because like if approval ratings were a thing here, that he'd be like probably close to 100% across the
Trust
board.
me when I know sometimes people don't like it when things are going well for others, and especially if they can take advantage of other individuals. I'm sure you would know that.
First of all, ouch. Second of all, but like honestly, like things are good in Ebenfell. Like I've seen a lot of places. We've talked about this. Like Ebenfell's pretty dope for almost everybody. And if it's not, there are ways to change that.
Well, maybe it seems somebody is wanting to change that. That's what I'm worried about.
The
Well,
question,
I-
I guess the question lies is, what are the parties seeking to get these phylacteries aiming to do? Aristina was in the vision that I saw when she was offering these items. She was still alive, or at least so I saw.
Smash.
well,
It
I
also
can
makes me wonder, does Petrichor, these two items, are they the only, would you know if they are the only phylacteries that this lich would have?
With your 29 from earlier, typically liches have one.
I mean, typically they only have one, but I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule. As everything, but typically, no. Typically, they only have one.
In response to your question earlier, I don't think it would be something as simple as war, because what would be the point? Everyone can just raise someone from the dead.
Sometimes people like war. People adore seeing people in chaos. As
But
fucked up as it is.
what would be the point, though? Everyone would just be dead and then be forced to continuously die again. Doesn't
Xanthi
sound
just
like a
kind of
great
shrugs. Personally, sometimes you don't need a reason to fuck things up. Sometimes people just want to fuck things up.
goal. Oh, you have a point there. Jerry, say, do you know of Draven? Or what do you know of
Barely anything. I mean, dude's in charge of beautification. Like, that's like an honorary position at best.
do you get any inclination? I know you're not specifically skilled in magic or the arcane, but
Not a one.
do you
I have people for that.
think that Draven himself might be a lich?
Oh, no. They mean, like, not at all. I mean,
Hmm.
so, like, I haven't met the dude face to face, but, like, I heard he's a vampire.
Vampires always do seem to require more power. Maybe that's what he would need these for. If this is in fact him, we don't know yet.
All this. So, after all this talk and everything, are we gonna go find the forest of phallic and chop down some trees, or are we seeking out to make some tea with lich? I don't know what we're doing here.
Clucky,
Or do
where
we
did you
chop?
making tea from?
I don't know. Lich sounds like tea, like a tea leaf of some kind, and we're talking about trees of phallic. I don't know.
You are absolutely adorable.
Soul chuckles.
He really is
Lich tea.
adorable.
I suppose that perhaps it is time that we go talk to someone who may have more direct answers.
Undead lady?
Yes.
Smash.
If we do go see her, I believe we should stow away the sword before then. Just so we understand
agree.
her full intentions.
I agree. That being said, there is also the risk that if our minds were to be attacked once more and information were to be revealed of the sword, then it could potentially be detrimental to our cause.
So how do we hide the sword in a way that we will forget where it is?
Only one of us does it. And then we try to protect the mind of that person.
I haven't heard any voices yet. I can be the one to hide it. I can go off on the broom and stash it somewhere.
Could also
Granted, I did also kill like half of a law force, so I don't know how it would be when it comes to traveling anywhere.
could also let Borrow hide it. One less sense for the enemy to utilize to track down the sword.
I don't know. We went through all this trouble to get the sword, and now we're trying to hide it somewhere. That doesn't make any sense to me.
We are
We
going
don't-
to return to the city, Clucky. If we return to the city, we are going to potentially face the authorities. And if our Estina Shade Watcher turns out to be someone we do not want this to have the sword, it would be wiser for us not to just walk into her location with it on our
I
hands.
mean,
We don't want to give the enemy what they want if Arstina ends up being the enemy, Clucky. And if she does, then you can kill her.
well, I did challenge her for the shield.
That
Maybe
you
we
did,
can
and now you're late.
maybe we can allow Clucky to challenge her, and if we can get the shield, maybe we can figure this out together. Though granted, I am a little bit worried. No offense to you, Clucky. You're an amazing warrior, but that woman is something about her is terrifying.
And you like it.
Oh, I love it. I
There's
want all of it.
also. Hmm. I suppose the alternative is that not all of us need to go see her.
I thought maybe just I could.
Bara just goes still and silent.
I
In
will
all
say,
f-
Petrichor. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, think about it. Out of everybody here, if we're honest, I'm probably the one she's least likely to get physical with.
I don't know. You make an easy target.
Well, sure, but because I'm an easy target, it makes me. People
Petrichor,
don't just hurt kids. Like, that's kind of a thing. And I feel like I don't blow my fuse as easily as some of you guys do.
Petrichor, you've been having issues with this voice in your head. There's more than one people or one person targeting you right now. We at least, if we are going to split the party, we should at least go split in pairs because one needs to at least try to stay and account for the other in case something happens. I don't want you to go off somewhere by yourself and then suddenly have your mind corrupted or taken over and we don't know what's going on. And I know you're very capable, and both you and Riley.
We have
But
these.
yes, but if nobody's actually there, you could completely destroy it and wander off and disappear. especially if you're not in your right mind. I would at least like somebody to like, if we're not going to send everybody out there, it at least needs to be 2 people.
I would also like to remind you that I got seriously hurt last time we decided to all start running off in our own little directions. So we kind of need to start being a little more accountable for each other.
We also really don't know the
Well,
city
so-
all that well.
Here's my thinking. What I'm thinking, I mean, it's never good to just let one person go. Like, you guys would be nearby, not necessarily in the house, but like across the street or like really close. So if something goes wrong, you're still on the scene. I'm not suggesting that I'm the only one who goes whatever. Like, I'm not that stupid.
It's like chaperoning a kid on a date. Oh my god.
But like, I feel like out of all of us, I have the highest chance of getting information.
Not to throw a proverbial wrench in your line of thinking, but I haven't exactly seen Aristina very warm towards children.
She seemed to like me.
Aristina, to me, she seems to give attention to people she respects, or at least acknowledges that they are formidable.
I feel like that's one of the reasons I feel like I should be the one to go. I mean, my small childish nature lends to the fact that people tend to not want to just hurt me outright when they first meet me because I look like I'm just a kid.
Petrichor, I will say that woman could probably punch you across the room.
I'm sure, but like on the line of giving respect, I guess, or even just mild interest is the fact that I can pack a punch. Like I might have the body of a 10-year-old kid, but I hold so much more information up here than any of you really know.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting your abilities, young one. I'm doubting Aristina's ability to discern you to be the being who you say you are. And
Well, if
act
anything,
accordingly.
it should. If what she was expecting me, what was it, yesterday? I believe, or not today. It was four today, or yesterday. Fucking son. But Hatchling might be onto something. That they'll be able to ask questions that I don't necessarily.
If this
Understand.
persuades any of you one way or the other, I know that she's trying to get the items to protect the Lich, not to destroy him.
Jerry,
Yeah.
would you be able to lead or find us a path to Aristina Estate safely?
I mean, walking works pretty well. It'll be fine. Same way in is the same way there.
Is your spell going to protect us if someone were to seek and look into our minds?
No.
Well, it sounds like no. I mean, I didn't think about it.
It only affects the physical. That's it. And even that can be fooled if people are paying really close attention or try to like touch something that isn't actually there. It's not foolproof, but for people who aren't paying attention,
Very well. I say that we follow Petrichor's plan. And Jerry, Soul, the two of you are familiar with this realm. So, to avoid bringing any further attention, perhaps we can divide the groups on their way there to make sure that we all make it through different places and we can all be at the ready should Petrichor needs us.
So we're just going to be sending Petrichor in there by themselves?
I think it is time that we trust Petrichor and Riley. And just like the rest of us, whatever happens, we will protect one another.
It's fair enough. I just worry as I always do. But I know that they'd be able to do it.
Well, you better tell her that I didn't run away from that fight. We had. You understand the situation that we're in, and I just need you to tell her that I would have been there, but I had to
Clacky.
make sure that you guys were safe. What?
Clucky, I'll let her. Maybe I'll see if I can reschedule it for you. Maybe.
Yeah.
In the meantime, once we get there, we will be close. And we will try to be at the ready. Clucky, you are good to fly. So if at any point we would need that, whether to go in and assist Petrichor or to make sure that they make it out and we leave with haste, you must be ready. Jerry, Sol, I trust that your knowledge of the city will be able to provide us locations of exit or hiding places if we need to.
I have a few friends in the city.
We got
And
this.
then, if everything comes to worse, I suppose it's a good thing we have a dragon sorcerer with us.
I'll fucking blow anything up.
Wait,
I do not doubt it.
Where's the dragon?
It's me, Clucky. I'm a
Wait, you're not-
draconic. I'm a draconic sorceress. I have dragon's blood in me. It's how I'm able to do my magic.
How did you get a dragon inside you?
It's kind of a long.
We all have an agreement.
Sorry, there was a delay and then it hit my brain.
And scene.
The just
Phrasing, Clucky.
overjoyed.
Phrasing.
Listen, the just
Oh, man.
overjoyed and excited, but also nervous energy coming off of Petrichor is palpable.
Xanthi just kind of. Xanthi, she just kind of sighs. She goes, Clucky, I didn't know, just no, just no. It's hard to explain, Clucky. So usually with how it happens is when a dragonborn meets or when a dragon meets a person, then there's some and they love each other very much.
I think we can.
God.
Jerry is so close to just exploding.
Barra just once again tries to reel it in. So, do we all have an understanding of the plan?
Blow
Fuck
shit
shit
up if
up.
things go south.
Okay, so like we're traveling to the city together, right? And then when we
Yes.
get there, we're gonna split up.
Yes.
Okay, I think that'll work. Yeah, that should be fine.
Is the
Should be
spell
fine.
going to be affected by us separating at all?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Well, I've never had that happen before, but like, it's fine. Wise man once said, "It'll buff out."
These
that is the
stupid
case-
phrases make me want to slam my head against a wall.
We will stay close, and if we feel like there is a need to distract the attention of anyone who may seem suspicious of us,
I'll crack their skulls.
no, Clucky.
Oh.
Not yet, Ferb.
Clucky,
Hmm.
one thing you must remember, the city is looking for us, and Petrichor is about to speak to a general, potentially on their own. If we catch the attention of the guards, there's a high chance that we will be busy trying to distract them or fight them, and we may not be able to assist Petrichor.
Clucky, just remember what the Raven Queen told you. You need to be a shield, not a sword.
Right. I'll use my face as a shield. Understood.
Cluck.
That's the
Never
spirit.
mind.
Good enough, I suppose.
We're all gonna die.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Jerry,
Aye.
I suppose you can lead the way.
Right. And Jerry starts walking in the wrong direction.
Not that way.
Damn it. Turns around and starts walking.
No, I think before he turns around, Petrichor was following him and just grabs his hand and starts pulling him the other direction.
Xanthe sighs and then turns to Oz. Is like, yeah, you're right. We are all gonna fucking die.
Who's
To Oz? Who's Oz?
Oz, fucking Soul. Sorry. Oh, God damn
Oz
it.
is canon.
The voices.
Jesus is canon.
The
Thanks,
voices.
Taylor.
Okay, listen. No. Jesus
Beatable
is canon
is canon.
because Riley probably at some point was blabbering on about Jesus Christ so much. I
No.
feel like, listen,
That does
I need
not
to-
the way that she
I
said
can-
it.
Strangely enough, I need to go back and check everybody's RPG consent forms to see who put a red flag for a real world religion.
I don't know if any of us did.
Probably not.
I
We
was
know
all
that Victor
clean.
didn't.
He didn't put a single. There was not a single red dot on that page.
I'll
It was just
happily-
a
if I were to
giant
add-
green dot.
If I were to add one red dot, it would be on that though.
Noted. All right. We're gonna X card that. No more Jesus Christ in our fantasy game. We'll edit it out in post. Anyway,
We don't edit this.
how are we traveling back to the fair city of Ebenfell?
Very
Whether
carefully.
Jerry likes it or not, Petrichor is holding his hand.
Barra is gonna be potentially probably like traveling while using his tremor sense just to make sure that there are no
Flying.
creatures approaching in any direction.
Okay.
Lucky doing
Soul.
his flying thing, being the shield.
Clucky might need to come down though.
Soul's hovering on the broom. Not sitting, but lounging on the broom. Reading a book.
Smash.
Xanthe's just kind of walking behind, just kind of catching up the rear and making sure no one's following.
Okay.
Question for cleaning house. Does Petrichor still have Soul's book?
So, I'm going to say that Borrow and Clucky provide perception checks.
I can do that.
Little guy's giving Borrow the help action.
Smash.
So that would be advantage plus 1d6.
Little guy.
Ooh.
He's the best of us.
The
It's
bestest.
just a little guy. Hey,
25.
is that with a d6?
That's with a D6 and a D4.
Smash.
Or we Gidance if we
For
want to.
Gidance.
So,
So we can get
with
down. if we want to.
25 and Tarzan. Is
You rolled a
what I
one?
think it is.
Nat one. Thanks to the big Clucky die. The big one? Should have rolled the small one.
Clucky's just la 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 bok bok bok.
Using his face as a literal shield.
Oh, God. That's what happens when Clucky tries to form a thought too hard. He
Just for a
loses
vibe check, give me a roll of the percentile die.
Oh my God.
That's a 5. 5%. If I was a cleric, I'd be talking to my god right now.
But you're
Oh,
not.
you just might.
You're not.
Oh, damn. Make your peace.
I will start with Borrow, listening via Tremor Sense. You are able to pick up on vibrations of these undead abominations that you have witnessed, and picking them up in enough of an advance that you are able to circumvent them. For it's never like, oh, there's just one here, and so there's not that chance of maybe we can just take this one out. There's groups of them, so more than Borrow would care to gamble the lives of the party on. Lucky you see these and basically just following along. Absolutely, like we're going this way, and then, oh yeah, there's enemies over there. So yeah, they're over there. Everything's gonna be fine. No worries there. As you are flying, you catch something out of the corner of your eye.
Oh no.
It appears to you that Borrow missed one. There's what appears to be like a humanoid torso on the ground with its arms to either side, crawling back and forth.
Smash.
And for the time, the party seems to be going towards it. And for context, Borrow, you're aware of it, but to get around another swarm, you kind of have to go around a big rock that you can't go over. So it's just bringing you closer to this, but still far enough away that you're not concerned about it. Clucky, though, they're getting closer to this thing. And what else? Something shiny is sticking out of its head.
What? Shiny. Oh no. Why are you giving the chicken something shiny?
It's shiny.
'Cause I'm shiny.
Oh boy. Well,
It's like a cat with a laser pointer.
He's gonna go for it.
Oh, of course he is. God damn it.
How we going about it?
His usual method, dive bomb, and with the pike in hand.
Safe
And
to
he's-
say that Borrow would be able to probably perceive this.
Does Xanthi catch this? Because she's gonna chase after Clucky on the broom.
Let's get a. You said you were walking.
Yes, I am walking, but if I see Clucky fly
Oh,
off,
I get what
I'm
you're saying. I
get
get what
on
you're
the
saying.
broom and go zoom zoom. Like,
Give
Zoomy
me.
zoom.
Let's get Xanthi's perception on the board.
okay.
24 passive perception.
All right. Let me. +7 on perception. So that's it's a 12.
My passive stealth is 13.
Can I use my inspiration to re-roll?
If
Save it.
you
Save it.
Okay, Jesus.
I mean,
Aggressive.
you're welcome to do it.
I'm just gonna put it out there. You're not gonna be able to catch me in anyway
God
because
damn
of
it.
my speed.
given, I'll say that because he's airborne, like it's you can listen for Clucky Borrow, like you know what sounds to be listening for, but
mean-
pretty much it's the change in it that you're like, what is he doing? And as you like turn to try and listen, you're like, hey, he's dive bombing that thing that's over there. And I'm just gonna remind you how many things are nearby you.
So, fuck.
Yep.
You can
Alert
yell.
Clucky. Alert the horde.
This is like Clucky's like the ADHD kid. We gotta put him on a
Plucky
fucking
has
leash.
the thingy though. Like everybody has a thingy right now, correct?
Everybody does have a thingy. Did you give Jerry a thingy?
No.
Bitches. Anyway.
Jerry doesn't deserve shit.
We
Um,
would have had an extra, but Borrow destroyed it. Remember?
Yes. I think Borrow, as soon as he hears the shift and sort of like senses where the shift of the wind is happening with the dive bomb and the creature that he perceived, he's going to attempt to communicate with Clucky as he just kind of says, Clucky, I know it's there. There's many others. You must be careful. Do not engage.
But shiny.
Clucky, do not engage.
Tarzan, I'm gonna need, after everything that Victor has just said, you are mid dive bomb. And you tell me right now, based off of everything that's been said so far, if you're pulling up or you're going down.
Oh my god.
This isn't an anime. I'm falling for 7 years while I have this
Right.
intense conversation.
Right.
This
right.
is.
Right.
I don't know how high you'd be flying, but I know that it's not hundreds of feet.
No, it's not. It's usually like 50, at most 50 feet. Normally,
Pretty much
30.
the ability to like hit the ground in one turn.
Right.
So like 6 seconds.
Borrow probably would have also like raised a hand to the group to sort of like let the group know that like to like sort of like hold, or like at least to like get them on alert.
Because of the memes, like the funniness, I'm gonna say that this is enough. Like with the way that you're tilting, it's enough for everybody to look and basically go, "Oh fuck!" But now we are waiting for Clucky's decision.
We're waiting for their chicken to drop.
Yes, the other chicken to drop.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be foul.
Given his relationship with Borrow, the moment he hears his voice and his concentration on that shiny object breaks, and he goes back to leveling out.
This is fair. This is fair. And collectively, the group breathes a sigh of relief. A sigh of relief so loud it hurts the horde. Roll initiative.
Oh god.
You would-
Sigh of
you would-
relief. Someone steps on a twig and there's.
Jerry's the
You
one that
would-
goes after everybody goes quietly. Jerry goes, phew! Oh,
but you would hear audible like grunts of frustration through the telepathic connection. It's like shiny.
thank you, Clucky. And Borrow sort of gestures for the group, and he resumes, sort of guiding them through the invisible, unseen maze of undead.
Smash.
Okay.
I at least know what was
It's-
in the dude's head.
Not with a nat 1 perception check, buddy.
God damn it! I wanted to know.
And that will haunt you until the end of your days.
Or until we decide to do a one shot of what ifs.
Oh
Ooh.
god.
Oh Christ. So you know what? That's too intense. Let's try this one. So maneuvering your way
Downtown.
through this wilderness. I said maneuvering. Anyway,
Maneuver.
you are successfully able to bypass any undead hordes that might have plagued your ability to move forward. And some time passes, and for the next ridge, you once again see the walls of the city of Ebenfell. You're maybe 500 feet from it. So pretty much at this point, as you guys are waiting, that's pretty much when Jerry's gonna kind of nod. All right, I think that this spot is good enough. All right, and starts rustling around in his bag and withdraws a scroll and holds it out to Xanthi.
Xanthi is going to take the scroll. She's going to unroll it. She's going to kind of glare sideways at Goose and be like, this better fucking work. And she will start reading the scroll. And
When have I ever let you down? Don't answer.
and she will start reading the scroll out loud to recite the magic spell.
You recite the magic spell, and the magic spell activates. So-
Good to have Bucky try to do it.
While you guys are all standing here, you all, before she finishes, Jerry just looks at the rest of you and points and goes, "One of you people are explaining what's about to happen to the chicken."
Wait, what's happening?
Xanthi finishes the incantation, and a light sparkle falls upon each of you from head to toe.
It's like fairy
And
godmother.
when as the magical dust basically passes over your body, what is left afterwards, to those who can see, sorry, Borrow, everybody look.
No.
The timing, though. The
do?
timing, though.
There you are.
What
You're
happened?
back.
There he is. He's
You've
back.
frozen
Ah.
everybody. Look.
That was it.
Mystery prize. We're going to break. No, I'm kidding.
What do it look like?
Got the
What
check.
remains?
Again?
Wow! Wow!
I see
You're all
Nice.
fucking with me because it doesn't stop for you guys, and it's like there's no gap in you guys. Why is it just me?
It's funny.
All
I'm
right.
actually watching it happen. It's frustrating. Anyway, we're gonna stop being super dramatic. What is left? The party looks like a band of well-dressed orcs.
Oh. Well, this is not what I expected.
For fuck's sake. Oh, no. Oh
Jerry.
no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no, Clucky! Oh no, Clucky!
Who's
No!
closest to Clucky?
Oh no! Please stop.
Jerry,
Okay,
what
if
kind
nobody's
of
fucking
scroll
explaining
is
this, Barrow is already speaking to Clucky in his head. Because Barrow would have been speaking to Clucky in his head before this thing is cast. Or when Jerry said, someone's going to have to explain it, blah, blah, blah.
Xanthi is the closest person to Clucky.
Oh no.
Can Barrow still be speaking to Clucky in his head?
Yes, because the speed of thought is definitely faster than the roll of a d6.
Yeah. So when Jerry said, someone's going to have to explain this to the bird, Clucky, you're going to hear Barrow in your mind. Clucky, you are familiar with the concept of disguise?
No.
So magic sometimes can be used for hiding.
Oh, that I know, yeah.
So
Mm.
sometimes
All
you
your ears
remember
made
how
me
you
see through that one time.
yes. We are about to have something similar, only you're not going to be invisible, you're going to look like something else. Someone else. And I need you to be prepared because you will not look like your normal self. None of us will.
But it's still. Is it not us, or is it still us, or what?
It's still us.
What does this mean?
Clucky, your hands look like green humanoid hands. And you are also wearing very fine clothes.
It's still
Yeah.
us, Clucky. Just think of it as magic protecting us by making us look like something else so we cannot be found.
Jerry,
All
where
right.
did you even get this scroll?
I know people. And in this case, people who are nice enough to tell me what shit does.
Oh, he sounds like not this. That sounds like pointing ears.
Do we all keep our relative size?
Relative, yes.
So am I
Clucky.
just this petite little orc?
Clucky's gonna slap Soul.
Like a juvenile, like a juvenile orc, but with very Raggedy Ann style pigtails.
Is that you?
Clucky, enough.
This is different.
The magic can be seen as different, but I do not think that will be good if we test it in front of others.
No, when you touch it, doesn't work quite the same.
Yeah, Clucky, as you go to touch Soul, there are like points where you're like trying to touch on his body where like you're looking and your hand is touching something, but you don't feel anything. Your hand goes in and then you feel something.
I'm inside him.
Hey.
Nope.
Keep your
Nope.
hands to yourself.
Pause.
No. Stop it.
Right.
So
That's enough weird for one day.
apparently
we?
it's not enough weird because I was told that this lasts 8 hours, so get used to it.
Great.
What?
8 hours looking
Uh-huh.
like an orc.
Uh-huh.
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 Oh my god.
Ah, can't wait for Clucky to fly with this disguise
right,
up. It's gonna look so
motherfucker.
fucking weird.
We're gonna be here for 8 hours.
All right, let us not waste time.
So we're splitting up now?
No, we do not know what will happen to the spell, so until we have no choice, we try to stick together. And Soul, Jerry, you know this place better than us. Lead us as expediently and as discreetly as you can.
I mean, we should probably figure out who splits where, just so we have that in mind.
Well, There is this option. We could go back through the tunnel to the crypt.
The tunnel that you collapsed?
I just collapsed the entrance.
I don't think that's the
Pretty
best
sure that
idea.
pretty sure that ship has sailed, son.
The crypt is still safe.
The crypt is the access to it.
Yeah, what about what's above the crypt?
Well, I could send my familiars from the crypt to see what is what up there.
My dude, you set off how many fireball spells did you say? One per room?
Malachi did say there was quite a few.
Yeah.
That crypt
Buddy.
is underneath a lot of rubble.
That crypt has sailed.
That crypt has been buried within itself.
That is up Crypt Creek.
Can't dig that old bone back up. That bone is buried.
Can unfire that ball.
Any more puns we would like to throw?
We
leave
should
on this
figure
venture?
out who is splitting up where, just so we have that in mind when it more than likely will become necessary.
What if we run into other greenskins?
Don't
Don't
speak.
call them that, first of all.
Yeah,
Oh my god!
Just don't.
Lucky, you
I
don't
don't-
just ask people why their skin's green.
Oh, greenskin, leather skin. It got really tough skin.
No, don't even talk about
No.
their skin.
No, Clucky.
If we must split up,
You can say
Jerry,
hi.
Hi.
if we must
Good
split
job.
up, Jerry, Petrichor, and I will go one direction. For Jerry knows the city. Saul, Clucky, Xanthi, you will go in the other group. We have our ways of communicating through the distance if we need to, but for now, let us just make sure that we get to where we need to go and we do not raise any suspicion. If you need to communicate, use your mind pieces.
I will say,
Mind
for the
pieces?
record, I am
They're
with
called
Lucky on this.
spies.
I don't.
Murmur.
I don't think we should be splitting the party at all. But
Oh,
It is
we
only
only
last
split
resort.
when we need to.
If
very well.
things were to
Above the
go,
table, To Be Diced Adventures is a permanently split party at all times, regardless
It's
of campaign.
true.
It's just the first rule of D&D is the one we break 100% of the time.
listen, unless we have a party where everyone is a rogue and everyone can just like stealth their way whenever we need to be discreet about things, sometimes splitting the party
Why-
makes sense
It's
Why
not
automatically.
Why hasn't
Star Wars.
one motherfucker taken the spell past without trace?
We don't.
Funny-
take
the
it.
We don't
funny-
have Lobatar.
The funny thing is, at one point I did, but then I stopped playing that character.
Of course. Anyway,
In any case, Bara will say yes. We'll only split the party if it is utterly necessary. We will communicate through our devices, and if things were to go terribly wrong, I suppose we can try to meet at the dial. But that is only if everything else is were to fail.
There are only a few exits on that side of the city.
And we will make this visit count.
all right. So, for the record, we are a group of archaeologists from the Solon Institute trying to go and find. We're on our way back from exploring some ruins. Okay, that's all we need to say.
Clucky,
right.
an archaeologist is someone who digs up bones.
No. Wait, don't confuse him, Clucky. What can you say? And most of us are back. Hey, we made it.
Nice.
Thank y'all for joining us this wonderful evening. Once again, we have 2B Diced Adventures presenting the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. It is one of the many campaigns that we run on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. Excuse me. Tomorrow, yes? Or tomorrow, no?
Indeed. Yes. Yes.
Yes, we skipped last week. That's what it was. Yes. So tomorrow, yes, we will be once again having our high fantasy campaign of Tales of Varden, DM'd by Chris Kinney, also known as Claybeard or Claybeard Studios out there on the interwebs. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful game that we have going there. That's, I dare say, more traumatic than this one, but that might just be because I'm a player. I'll leave it up to you to decide, viewers. Anyway, beyond that, since we skipped it this past Sunday, we will be doing this following Sunday, being the double checking the 11th, as Frontiers of Eberron, being DM'd by our wonderful Michael St. Gregory. We get to delve more and more into the weird happenings that are going on in our Weird West campaign. And then Tuesday, we shall return once again to a galaxy far, far away for Edge of the Empire by that guy way down there, Sir Mr. Daddy Tarzan, where we are very much so planning a incredibly intricate heist. And yeah, just last night, Victor and I we figured it out. We know how it's gonna go. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. All right, we got
it's
this.
all coming together.
Nothing can go wrong. All right, nothing can go wrong. And if you want to know what we're talking about, go find us on other social media where we talk about all these things. All these wonderful, beautiful people cosplay their own characters, which is amazing to see as a DM. Also on our YouTube, we post all of our old episodes, so you can catch up with the whole thing. I recommend watching at 1.5 speed for me, because that helps you get through it quicker, but not too fast that you don't retain all the information. That's just me. So, with all that being said, without further ado, allow us to head once again into the story.
Okay. Oh.
You all take some time to approach the front gates of Ebenfell. And naturally, there are a handful of guards there. There's not really too many people entering or leaving the city, but there is definitely, you can just tell by looking, more of a presence of the guard inside the gate. So, yes, they are making sure that nobody leaves the city. However, you guys aren't trying to leave. You're trying to enter the city. You walk forward, and one of the guards, dressed very similarly to all of the lawkeepers that you guys, have seen previously, looks at you all as you approach and holds up a hand and just goes, "Hello, just state your business." And Jerry, who you all know is Jerry as an orc, looks up at this individual and goes, yes, we're a handful of archaeologists sent out a little while ago by the Solon University. We were doing a little bit more research on some ruins, but alas, our time is up and we have to return our findings to the university." And Jerry will roll a deception check with advantage because he doesn't look like Jerry the Goose.
How dare.
All right. And then one for the guards. All right. Okay. All right. could I just have your names, please? And he goes, oh, yeah, sure, no problem. I, of course, you'll know me as Jilly Bo. This over here, and he points to Borrow. This is Biv Stators. He points to Sol and says, this is Bello Giaffria. Points at Xanthi and says, this is Den Glanzig. Who am I missing? Petrichor and Clucky? Yes? All right. To Petrichor says, this is Hathleen Canna. And then coming to Clucky says, this is Hebby Dairy.
Hi.
Just kind of looks all you over and starts writing names down on a pad and just, all right, well, all seems to check out. You know that there's other steps to do, but we've had a few incidents in the city. Please just get right to the university, be safe, and stick together. You're going to see a few more guards and a few more lawkeepers flying around, but trust us, everything is under control. Just go right to the university, be safe, and stay on the lookout. I will let you through now. There's other things that we have to do. Jerry just kind of nods and goes, absolutely, right, straight to the university. Sorry, Hebby, we can't stop at that cafe you like. It's okay. It's all right. No worries. And just starts walking through.
Hi.
Hi. So, unless anybody does something different, everybody enters the city of Ebenfell, and it's not like there are just swarms of red and blue flashing lights in the sky as there are guards flying on brooms and going all over the place. But the frequency that you see lawkeepers is definitely increased as to what you are used to in the city. So Jerry doesn't stop walking until probably like 100 or so feet away from the gate, and like heading in the direction of the upper rib still, and just kind of slows down enough to where he's talking to the next two people that would be behind him, and he just says, all right, so are we just heading straight there? What's the play?
I mean, yeah. It's kind of the plan.
We were talking about splitting up, and I honestly wasn't sure if we were going to do that still, or if we're just going to go. Okay, let's go.
Jerry, we're only splitting up if we absolutely have to.
Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. Solid. Okay. And as he begins walking, I will need a group stealth check with advantage. Now, before we roll, this is going to be a charisma-based stealth check, unless you wish to use your normal stealth check. You can either use dexterity or charisma. As you
It's the
try to.
fucking same.
Okay. It's not something where you have to tell me what you do. I just need the totals so that I can get a relative average from all of you.
So it would be a +5 for me for my charisma instead of a +2 for this stealth roll.
Advantage. So advantage.
Yes, you. Oh, okay. Xanthi, to your question, yes, if you're going to use charisma, it would be that +5. Are you proficient in stealth?
It has the little dot next to it filled in. So
Then you do still add your proficiency bonus because this is still a stealth check. But
actually, I know I'm not proficient. That's survival.
Oh.
My B. So no, I'm just gonna add the +5. Okay, cool.
Wait,
awesome.
give me 5 seconds. I'm gonna find other dice because I can have little guy and guidance.
I just got
Well, I have a little guy.
That is 24 for me.
That's what I mean, little guy, and then
Yeah.
I can guidance myself.
So wait, do you have a little guy now?
No,
Oh.
you have little guy.
Yes.
Little guy
You're a little guy.
helping you, so you get a d6.
Right.
And then I'm guidancing myself.
Yeah. Does it mean that I get to roll the advantage twice or no? This is just
No. You still just have advantage.
Yeah, they
Okay.
don't stack.
It was terrible. 16 total.
So I'm seeing
Damn, Saul. Okay.
Clucky,
Calm down.
Petrichor, Redun, Xanthi, Soul.
We have advantage,
Alright.
right?
Yes.
Never
Horror
mind,
I'm
rolling.
sorry,
one of the
sir. Did you
lowest.
say 2 nat 20s?
yes, that is correct. I tried keeping
Wild.
it in, but
Sir.
You don't keep that shit in.
well,
The way I imagine this going down right now for Clucky is that he is just moving so rigidly because he's so confused about how to behave in this form. Just like not even swinging his arms, he's just bouncing up and down with his steps.
my God.
All right. So, on the whole, the group did very well. You're all able to either just stay like with each other, stay sort of like either just blend in as the basically character you're supposed to be portraying if you chose charisma, or just make yourself unseen enough that you can kind of get where you're supposed to be going. The notable exception that I will point out is Soul Arc and Noctis, who like you kind of heard like what Jerry was doing, you were in the moment, and not to detriment, but rather to being better at it, you are invested in this character, sir. You, for this moment, have become them, even though it's an illusion. You are like, yes, I am here. This is what we need to do. Yes,
Still got the
I
active
am
feed.
an archaeologist.
I
He
mean,
got the
We are on our way.
technically he is an archaeologist, but
I mean, yeah, but like you're
That's
you're
the
just like,
spirit. That's the spirit, Soul. Now you're getting it.
Soul is one of those what we call method actors.
yes, do it all the time.
Actor feet coming into play. Strong.
so.
If only.
Pretty much, this whole group check I am having for the Market District, the Fingers District. So you make it through, and people are still going about their day, but there is definitely less people, as some people are just staying off the streets or just hurriedly getting where they gotta go. There's not exactly so many people standing around stalls like haggling prices or anything. Mostly people just coming up and hey, this is what I need. Okay, bye, and kind of just do what they need to do. I will say for Soul, and for anybody, not gonna make anybody roll, but anybody who believes that they would get the general idea of where Soul's shop is supposed to be, that street is blocked off.
As in by physical cordon of guards, or
There is
some other magical construct.
there is actual like basically traffic barricades, guards on the ground, and there is actually floating objects in the sky, which are basically like I don't want to use the word trap, but like a sensor where if you get too close to it, it will set off an alarm first, and if you keep going, it will send an electric shock in your direction.
Wee woo buzz.
Yeah. The wee woo
Wee
buzz.
woo
The
buzz.
wee woo zap.
Cannon.
That's the official name.
It's the
just-
wee woo barrier.
So,
Also, a little side note. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for storming the castle.
Oh,
We have
hello.
me,
Welcome.
we have
Nine of you.
Dice, we have Madness, Chaos, and currently Disguises. So
And chickens.
stick
yes.
around to see if we survive this group effort.
Oh my.
Spoiler
I think
alert,
this is
they won't.
Oh, okay. Well,
Dun, dun,
thank
dun.
you for appeasing my mind, Matt.
right.
So, you make your way through the market district of the dead city of Ebenfell, unaccosted by the local law keepers as you are moving under the seeming spell. You continue, and you know that this is the point where there is the spiraling ramp either leading down into the lower ribs district or up into the upper ribs. And you know that your your destination is in the upper ribs.
You say it's downtown?
Uptown. She's an uptown girl.
Who is living in an undead world.
Knew it
I'm
was
not
coming.
saying you have to finish the parody now, but
You
Wait,
have
I'm
to
not-
finish the parody now.
I'm not saying that I don't probably have the ability to just go at it, but let's keep
Well,
let's keep
riff it.
ourselves
we're gonna keep playing. Yeah,
eyes on the
that'll be-
prize, guys.
That'll be
Copyright.
bonus content.
We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post. We continue forward. You guys make your way up the ramp, and now, rather than the hustle and bustle of the market district, it is what is it? Why can't I think of my own terminology? The residential district of the more upper class people in Ebenfell. And as we enter, I will require once again a group stealth check from everybody. Same rules as before. You may make stealth checks using dexterity or charisma since you are blending in. Still have advantage because of the seeming spell.
21.
Need you to stop showing off.
It's old enough to drink. Clocky, you're getting better. It was kind of like that apprehensive high when people got too close, and like a couple people just kind of like smiled and waved and kept going. But like you're like, yeah, you know what? That's all right. And you just keep going.
It'll
Hi.
be
You're saying
a
it with more
20
confidence now.
26 or more.
26, 18, 21, 30.
Technical roll a little low. So we're just gonna give some morale.
Gotcha.
You know.
So, you guys are definitely you're able to make your way through these streets once again unaccosted. You guys look like you're supposed to be here. Soul is still embodying that. You guys have noticed that Soul has adopted a voice for this character. It's definitely not his own, but he's doing really good with it. So,
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi everyone, my name is Bale. My friends call me Bale. And I like looking at dusty things.
Dusty thing. That's archaeology. That's exactly what it is.
I'm now imagining the fact that there is a high chance that the orc that Borrow is sort of like maneuvering with the illusion has eyes that actually look like normal eyes. But so he's probably just walking, and the eyes of this orc just look like they're completely never looking where they're supposed to be. It's just like always looking to the side somehow. And it's like, this guy is never looking straight ahead.
He's gonna walk into something. How does he dodge all of those street signs?
At
He's
least
walking right
Soul's
at him.
at least Soul, at least you don't sound like Soul, who literally just is giving absolute freaking Hank Hill vibes right now. Just conceal architect and architect accessories.
I don't know the finer things about, well, dusty things, but I like to look at them, collect.
I think in the same energy, Petrichor would be leaning more into the persuasive side than the stealthy side, and has pulled back out one of the notebooks and has just been scrawling in it while walking and like talking with Soul as they're going, like keeping up casual conversation, then writing down things, talking to somebody else and writing more things down, flipping a couple pages, pretending to read something, like totally invested in this character for no particular reason.
Jerry keeps giving side eye over his shoulder, and the vibe that he's giving is he would be yelling at you if it wasn't working.
Xanthi probably would feel a little bit uncomfortable in her like own skin. She's just like, this isn't my body. But she's just gonna kind of like
Flashbacks to a few hours ago.
Yeah.
And she's just gonna kind of she's gonna mainly like keep quiet, mainly just anyone who looks at her weird, she's just gonna give him like a side-eye glare and leave it at that. Like a mind your own business, bitch sort of situation.
Clucky on occasion keeps forgetting that party is a bunch of orcs and is like resisting the urge to punch each of you in the face. Hi.
He's
Hi.
trying so hard.
I'm very proud of you, Clucky.
So, to those who have actually been to this place before, being Clucky and Soul, you guys make your way to the estate of Aristina Shadewatcher.
Smash.
Once again, built like a pyramid made out of a very dark stone. Several arcane lanterns surrounding the estate, and up the front path leading to this leading to the front entryway. There are, in fact, Clucky, you remember there being 2 guards. There is 6. And it's at this point that, with a deep breath, Jerry just goes, all right, same as before. Follow my lead. Wait, do we have to lie? I forget.
I could have sworn that we had stated that the little one would be going inside by themselves.
It's just gonna be me.
Okay. Well,
Hi.
I'm gonna say
I think we all are.
Baro will have a moment where he takes the time to sort of move and sort of kneel in front of Petrichor and be like, I'm gonna give you all the knowledge about my history that you want to know right now.
Oh, the
How Baro got his name.
You missed it.
Yeah.
Wow, that was beautiful. A round
Thank
of
you.
applause
Thank you.
for all of the Baro
Well,
lore.
you guys know
Thank
all
you.
the Baro lore that there is to know.
Yeah.
So that is how
I
he
just got a
achieved the
message
name
from
Baro.
Twitch that
Beautiful.
the VOD is going to be corrupted right in this spot. So I'm sorry, KJ. We'll let it in.
Respectfully,
Man.
fuck all the way off. I had to unlock the door because my roommates are home.
Oh,
Hi, roomies.
Hi, roomies.
Hi,
Um,
Venus, we love you.
Hi.
Um, yeah, Baro has a moment where he just sort of takes a moment. He sort of walks and turns his head in the direction of Petrichor, and in their head they hear, "Are you both ready?"
Yeah. I got this.
You will have each other inside. And if you need us, we won't be far. Good luck,
Bad
kiddo.
one. Hatching. Cursed one. Pointed ears. I'm at the pyramid. I don't know if you guys are here or not.
Lucky has lost the fact that the rest of the party is also in disguise. He just thinks that he's been following a bunch of orcs around. And he's doing really good.
Clucky, I'm standing right next to you.
Oh
He's
shit.
saying this. It is,
Fuck me. Alright. He just gives a
Soul's-
thumbs up.
Soul's disguise was so good it fooled Clucky.
That's not hard to do.
puts the thumbs up down.
Hi.
So, shall we, Petrichor?
I didn't think this far through, but we're gonna go for it. Yeah.
I'm wait.
Yes.
Stuffing things before things
I
happen.
mean, I don't think this is gonna.
Yes.
It's not gonna matter the duration wise. So I don't think it. Wait.
Waiting.
Are we? Is it never mind or is it wait? What is it?
What's going on?
Mentally.
What is happening?
Yeah, I guess no. It's we're good.
Mentally. Don't
Are
forget to
you
tell
sure?
Yeah.
Going once?
about
Going twice? Going three times?
Soul to the
God.
highest bidder.
Wait,
So,
actually, don't forget. Tell them about me,
I got it.
please. Okay.
So much like a real life holiday, a group of adults in costumes sends a literal child, also in costume, up to the door of a spooky looking
Stranger.
dwelling.
Trick or treat.
I love it.
The family celebrates Halloween.
I didn't think of this.
You get that good candy. You get the good candy. Okay.
The
Okay.
the six guards look at each other confused until one of them looks down when you approach and just goes, "Can I help you?"
I'm here to talk to Arstina. She knows I'm coming.
It just kind of like takes a moment.
You can ask her. I'll wait.
That's fine. We were told. You may go in. Are they with you?
They're staying outside.
I know, Tater. It's very stressful.
It's okay, Tato.
Are they with you, Taylor? It's like, what do you think?
They stand to the side, and the door opens behind them. So at this point, oh man, I don't know if you would want to, because it's kind of a one-time use thing. But if you wished, under the seeming spell, you can drop your disguise willingly whenever you wish. It's just about getting it back.
I'm hyper aware.
Okay.
It's a good thing that Clucky doesn't know that.
DM, before the doors close, are the guards watching us right now?
Yes. Attentively.
Are they surrounded all in front, or are they like around the side as well?
So there are 6 at the front door, and if you pay attention with a passive perception of 24, there is definitely at least 4 more doing rounds.
This entry point, is it like a wall that then like with the door that then goes to like a courtyard area and then to the thing, or is this like the door that goes straight into like the pyramid thing?
It goes straight into the pyramid. There's a little bit of a cutout of the edge of the pyramid that comes down to the ground. And then you walk in, door, and then you enter.
Got it.
So,
I would say that being Soul's persona right now, he's going to he's going to fake like he needs to piss, and he's going to duck into an alleyway. And so, as Petrichor is talking to the guards, he's going to cast invisibility on himself, and he is going to attempt to follow Petrichor inside.
okay.
It's probably safe to assume that you guys would have told Clucky not to have his spirits shepherd around him during this travel, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully, the people that can see them.
So that was my next question. Yeah.
Petrichor, you make your way through the threshold. Soul, coming up the walkway closely behind, there is a sudden clang as there are now two glaives crossed in front of you.
Damn, true sight. Holy shit.
Damn it, dude. Soul's not gonna say a word. He's just gonna walk away.
Embarrassed.
True
good
sight
boy.
is a bitch.
Thank you. Come again. Inside the estate of Aristina Shadewatcher, the main entryway of this building, you see it's a very lavish hall, lit with arcane green flame, a slew of artwork and stands with armor on them and weapons displayed on the walls and all kinds of bits and baubles. It looks like a museum in here. There's plenty of furniture for seating and tables to talk about things or whatever the case may be, and a very wide open center area of interchanging colors of black and white marble flooring that is only interrupted by the 7'5" frame of Aristina Shadewatcher. The
Gosh.
very the sunken skin, the hair back in a braid reaching down to the back of her knees.
That was
And unlike the first time that you saw her, where she was wearing a very well made dress, she is actually wearing a like tighter style of robes
Oh, smash.
that you would akin to what Mara wears.
I would say, even though I have no idea what the fuck I'm going to do afterwards to fix the predicament it's obviously going to lead me in, Petrichor, after walking in the doors and the doors closing, would drop the disguise.
Okay. So, another child walks through my door.
She remembers me.
I might look like one, but I'm not as innocent and childish as you might think.
So, we have things to discuss. By all means, you may begin.
The sword and the shield. I know what they're for. I know what they do. I know vaguely why you want them. Who are you trying to keep from getting them? There's a plot going on in this city that I feel like we're only scratching the surface with. But given what little information I do know about you, you probably know more.
That is an understatement.
Smash.
In my experience, it's better to understate than overstate.
Wise beyond your years, then. Perhaps that's from the blind one. Perhaps not.
A little.
You know what the sword is, you know what the shield is.
I know what they are together.
Do you have the sword?
Do you have the shield?
That is a fact that your goose has made apparent to all of you.
Do you have it here?
If I do,
I want to be able to trust you. But given circumstances that have happened, that's going to have to be earned.
then we have an understanding, if at least we don't have trust.
Smash.
There's a lot going on that I don't have answers for. I don't even know if I have questions. But there are people like pieces on a chessboard that I don't know what piece they play. And you probably do. These people are smart enough and powerful enough to evade even some of the gods. I know that because I've asked personally.
I've not been a very strong advocate for faith, even though I have given much business to the Matron of Ravens.
I wouldn't say it's faith. We just have a mutual understanding.
There's a lot of that going around. So, if we are to understand each other, she crosses her arms and takes 2 steps towards you. I may be retired, but I am still a servant of the city of Ebenfell and still loyal to our magocracy the Council of Mages and Archmagister Zili Solin.
Your point?
If there is any trust you can have in my actions, it is what words am I looking for? It is to that doctrine. It is the duty that I have and I always will have until I stop breathing or the world stops spinning. So, when you ask if I possess an artifact that is one half of the greatest vulnerability of the Archmagister of this city, what I can say is that it is safe.
Then what I can say is that the other half is also safe.
To be fair, even though we have not spoken, I know the goose.
He
So,
doesn't have it.
do you?
Do you think I would be foolish enough to walk in here with the thing that you want when I'm trying to have a civil conversation?
Would you be foolish enough to leave it just outside with one of your companions? Would you have stashed it in a shop that is raised to the ground as of this morning? Would you potentially have stashed it anywhere within the city? Would you have braved the wilderness outside of the city gates?
All valid questions. None of which probably will be getting answers here. To your point of me being able to, if not trust in you, trust in your loyalties, I will let you know the same. Mine stand with the people who are outside and their well-being and their safety. And right now, that means us getting out of here. I have no ill will against your magocracy or any of the structures here, any of its people, except for those who have already messed with me and my family. And I have a feeling you know more than I do.
That is not a feeling.
I know that you know more than I do. With your standing and the connections that you have, it's the only logical conclusion. I just don't know how much I know that you might not.
She hasn't been breaking eye contact with you this entire time. she, after what you have just said, gives you a quick look up and down. Okay, child. You wish to know? Let's know.
I don't wish for me just sharing. This is going to be an equal trade of information.
Would you like to take turns like we are on the playground, or do I go and then you go?
I understand what I look like and my physical appearance, but I'm no child.
Forgive the expression, for, as I said previously, your wisdom does garner respect with me. For I cannot tell much, but I can tell at least you aren't what it appears to be. Neither of you are. I'm going to have this pause for a moment. Tarzan, are you actually doing what you put in chat?
I would say because Clucky is an impatient type, yes, he wants to see and hear what's going on inside.
Okay.
So he's seated on a bench right now. He's got Mr. Cluckers in this blob state on his lap as he's like waiting patiently and getting frustrated. And initially, he started casting clairvoyance by accident because he is constantly thinking about what is going on inside. And I would say after a certain point, that's when it registers and the blob just evaporates in his lap and appears inside in its invisible state.
High or low?
Low.
Okay. Clairvoyance. Okay. Create a sensor within range in a location familiar to you, a place you have visited or seen before.
She was inside.
So yes, you wish to see the entrance hall, which is as much as you've seen.
Correct.
Okay. Your Poultrygeist leaps through the air to the designated location, and as your senses take over, see or hear.
Starting off with sight.
Okay. The hall is empty.
And then he would switch over to hear sound if he can't see. Anybody who wants to hear what's going on.
You don't hear anything.
He can't move the sensor, so yeah, that would frustrate him. This bitch.
So you know that the entrance hall is directly on the other side of that door, which is
Right.
where the hatchling had gone.
Right.
Why aren't they there?
Magical protection. How dare. Frustration would set in, and he would just, and and the clairvoyance after that.
Okay.
Their DM, if also allowed, Barrow would have most likely, once Petrichor goes through those doors and he would start walking away from that main entrance, he would have potentially attempted to use his drummer sense just to get at least be able to see and follow Petrichor with his senses until he could no longer, if possible. Or if they stayed within a range, he would try to stay within a range.
Give me a perception check.
Advantage because little guy. Damn, that's a good catch. 19, 25.
25. I'll say you can sense Petrichor in a room, but knowing as a player what is in that room, your perception does not allow you to perceive Aristina Shadewatcher, given how long the walkway is. The fact that you guys were basically waiting on the street. So, there are windows towards the top of the pyramid.
Yep.
How tall? From the ground?
60 feet.
You gotta fly, baby.
Oh no. No flying. Actually, no, I do have the broom. Anything that's on my person becomes invisible, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm still gonna say I had a question. Borrow would have sensed soul since he cast invisibility, but Borrow doesn't require sight.
Yeah.
Would
Blind
Borrow
sight,
have
baby.
perceived soul moving toward the door and hearing the two like pikes crossing
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So I would say that probably Borrow would attempt to communicate mentally to Soul of, I know what you're trying to do, Soul, but let us at least give Petrichor a chance.
Try the.
I'm not losing
Beacons.
anyone again.
Can I also hear this? Like, is this just
No,
broad?
how does because I don't know how it works. Like I don't know if it's
I
like the
think-
kind of thing where it's like one
Hold
open
on.
channel or I
No.
can
Hold on. I think you have the ability to do like a multi-streamed thing. Let me look it up.
No, so listen. I just used the magical means to try and peek and hear inside this structure. I was denied. You're not going to be able to hear or speak.
Okay. So this headpiece is worn curved around the ear. If you know a creature wearing another one and the creature is within a mile of you, you can communicate. So it's one at a time.
Right. So it's not like a group chat. Got it.
Right.
Nope.
So yeah, so it would be Borrow, because that's what like Borrow would have mentioned to Clucky when he told him not to engage, and then now he was probably addressing Soul, just him.
But yeah, Clucky would pipe up be like, I tried to peek inside. I can't hear or see anything in there. I don't know what's going on.
So who are you telling this to?
Clucky doesn't know how to this works.
What do you think about
Who would be the first person Clucky would think about?
Probably Borrow, if anybody.
I can sense Petrichor inside, Clucky. There may be magic involved and why you can't hear.
Brought Mr. Clipper's back. He tried his best.
And then addressing Soul after he said what he said, Borrow just goes, trust me, it is not easy for me to have them in there alone. But I owe it to them to trust them. I do not say not be prepared, but let us not risk that whatever they may be attempting in there fails because we were too rash.
If Aristina is not who she says she is, I would have inadvertently led another comrade to their deaths.
If
We
there's
are
one,
all
sorry, go ahead.
The minute I sense any trouble, I'm getting in there. No questions asked.
We're all getting in there.
understand. At the end of the day, we are all here by choice.
Very well. And he will maneuver his broom. He's gonna get on the back of the broom and maneuver it so that he is like roof level, but out of sight of the pyramid, the guards on the ground, but still in sight of the windows of the pyramid, so that he can bamf in there if needed.
Okay. Inside Petrichor.
How
There was
much
a
do you
ca- go
know
ahead.
about how much do you know when it comes to magic?
I respect it. I have some talents that my form has granted me.
And what
But
about those who abuse it?
those are very few and far between in this city, but I cannot say they don't exist.
So is it safe to I won't even say that. From experiences since we've been here, I have a theory, I guess you could call it, that someone on the Council of Mages is using magic against what is allowed for means that I'm not entirely sure what for, but I have been the target of such magics.
Thinking to herself for a moment, you are saying you are under, or you have been under enchantment?
Yes. I won't make any forward accusations to who, via some digging I've done, it might be, partially because when I did it, whoever that individual was didn't like it too much, and I paid the price for that. So I have to tread lightly.
You feel you are being watched.
Less watched and more monitored mentally.
Then do you believe that we are safe having this conversation?
I'm not sure. Would you say that this place is safe from people trying to divine information inside?
Roll me a persuasion check.
$18.
I can tell you that probably the only person within the city who could divine within the walls of this pyramid is the Minister of Divination.
Hold, please. Where did I put that note? Then I believe we should be fine.
So if you believe you are fine, would you care to be a little more forthcoming? Not that you are not being, but perhaps you are no longer apprehensive with information.
How familiar are you with the figure known as Draven?
The janitor?
I guess you could call him that, couldn't you?
If you believe that somebody is dealing in enchantment and attempting to foster a coup against Zeely, then a person who has minimal magic would probably not even be on my radar. I don't know what radar is.
Did not say that that's who I thought was behind this in the big scheme. I simply asked how familiar are you with him?
He's a pretentious, uptight individual, a little too soft-skinned for anything that I would respect.
Petrichor will pull out the notebook in which they had made a sketch of the face that they saw when they went digging for memories. Is this what he looks like?
That's pretty close.
To give you context, outside of just the illegal magics that are being used, not too long ago, less than 24 hours ago, you remember when Barrow was at your carriage, right?
I do.
A few minutes after that, the individual you have correctly and expertly, might I add, acknowledged is here with both of us. Her name is Riley. She was the one who was piloting at the time. She was a bit upset and shut me out. I could still watch and perceive everything. I just couldn't do anything. I couldn't talk to her. And a figure in an alley, came and tried to console her, and then forcefully suggested that she take, via whatever opportunity available to her, the shield. From there, for the next few hours, both of us kept hearing this masculine voice in our head, compelling us to do things against our will, talking to us, keeping us from giving information to others, altering the memories that we had. And that's the face we saw. Now it could be corrupted and we could be wrong.
She'll kind of consider for a moment. Draven hasn't the talent for spellcraft, but he is a vampire, and through that they do have, it is like almost as if this has been recited too much, in her opinion. It is beyond their control due to the nature of what they are. They do have abilities of charm, but this is to lull prey into a false sense of security. This is not high level enchantment. This is not suggestion, as you said.
Then, based off of what you do know, who would you suspect would be at such a high, powerful level with people who are new around, hadn't talked to anyone, would be preying on a child for information and to steal that shield?
We're gonna see how insightful Aristina can be. Good darn.
Bardic inspiration.
I mean, it is not that difficult for me even to attribute your legion with the goose. If somebody wanted the shield and wanted him to get it, and I don't know, saw a conversation, saw you leave his shop, that would make you a person of interest.
You said that you were going to have someone follow us. Did you?
For a time.
How long?
Not very, as they could not quite keep up with flight, and some of you are better than it would appear at sticking to shadows.
The goose also was tampered with. We found out a little more. He wasn't very forthcoming with information to start, which we kind of suspected because he's easier to read than he thinks he is. But part of that was because he quite literally was not able to tell us. However, I have certain abilities that bypass such things. He said that in conversation and dealings, I don't remember his name because it was only mentioned once or twice, but he's the Minister of Evocation.
Minister on the Rock.
Yeah, he was who was talking to Goose about getting the shield from you.
She now rolls her eyes and looks like she's growing tired of the conversation. Your two suspects are one of incompetence and one that is as loyal as I.
I did not say suspects. I'm just giving you the information that I have. I don't have any suspects because I know there's a bigger play here. I can feel that. I know. I just don't know where I'm supposed to be looking for it. The Raven Queen doesn't know. She finds information and remembers things via what other people remember. And somebody here is tampering with memories, and so she doesn't know who it is. Whoever this is writing in blind spots from gods. And I have a feeling this sword and shield is attached to all of it.
We are once again going to see how insightful Aristina is.
Bardic Inspiration.
Pretty darn. You said you could bypass this. How?
I'm a cleric.
Explain it like I am 500 years old.
I have certain magics that restore things that are lost. I have a simple version of it and a more powerful version of it. It can unsew what somebody tried to patch over.
She thinks for a moment, and then almost as if like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Looks past you. Guard! And the door opens again, and a guard peeks his head in. Bring in the goose. To those of you outside, borrow with your perception. You heard all of a sudden her voice get a little louder as she asked for a guard and then asked for Jerry the Goose. And shortly afterwards, a guard is approaching your position.
Throughout this time, has Petrichor been remained within my range?
Petrichor hasn't moved.
Yeah, I was about to say, as long as they haven't moved from that position, yes.
Probably Borrow is just going to sort of be guiding. He's going to be currently the only thing that he can trust is like if he can sense Petrichor where they're standing and then potentially like even see if he can hear their heartbeat just to kind of get a sense of like based on the heartbeat to know whether they're in danger, they're in peril, they switch to Riley. If everything seems to be to an extent.
Aside from mild frustration, they seem to just be standing their ground and overly confident in something that they're still kind of terrified of doing.
Okay.
The guard makes his way to the group and looks and says, which of you is the goose?
Hi.
Points at you and says, come with me.
It's not him. And then Borrow nods in the goose's direction.
He's literally doing this. Damn it. Yeah, hi. You come with me.
While the door is open, Balro is going to attempt to see if he can reach Petrichor through the device, and he's going to attempt to be. Petrichor, are you all right? Can you hear me?
You can hear him.
I hear you. I'm okay.
Very well.
Jerry looks apprehensively at all of you, but like as if waiting for any of you to be like, no, he doesn't go, or like we're going with him, or is any inclination at all
Xanthi
that somebody's
scoffs.
going to stick up for him. What's that?
Xanthi just scoffs.
And like as he's like kind of has this look, and then you scoff, he just goes. And just walk.
Balro has a moment where he just like puts a hand on his shoulder, casts guidance on him.
Thanks, buddy. He doesn't know that you guys guide him on it, so it's. Yeah. And from your perspective, he is escorted up the walkway and disappears once again behind a closed door. Petrichor, you are joined by the disguised version of Jerry the Goose. And he comes in, and you can see him like take a moment to look around, and then he just goes, Aristina, shut up.
I think Petrichor and Arsena say it at the same time.
And he just doesn't say anything but looks hurt. And she just says, like, not only are you foolish enough to be overtaken by something like whatever is befalling you, but you are also foolish enough to not fight it tooth and nail until you are your own man again. So, instead, what you will do is be quiet, keep your hands to yourself when you are in my home, and listen to every word that I or this child says. I would ask if you understand, but that would require you speaking, and you are not allowed to do so in my home.
Marry
He
me.
just,
Ash.
he just like is stunned, and like crosses his hands in front of himself and kind of like looks down.
Good job. You can listen.
He bombastic side eye.
Criminally offensive side eye. Anyway.
And Arstina looks to you and says, do it again.
I've already done it once. It doesn't work twice. Unless you just want a demonstration.
I'm no magician, but I am a tactician. And if I could, I would layer my defenses.
All right. Jerry? Can I? Just
Go
nod
goes
or
to
shake
say
your
yes.
head. Petrichor is going to cast Greater Restoration.
As you described previously, the divine energy flows from you through Jerry for a moment, and he looks confused as it's happening. Just you knowing the nature of the situation, he was kind of primed when you did it the first time, like, you need to remember what happened, and then that memory changed. So he looks confused right now because he doesn't know what you did. He's just going to kind of like look between the two of you.
Last time we knew it worked because we were trying to get information from him. He's obviously rather confused because he doesn't know what he's looking for.
I imagine that he would be confused anyway. Guzman, you may speak in regards to this next question that is coming out of my mouth. Who hired you to steal the shield from me? And he like inhales like it's always been the answer and then just goes, son of a bitch. That's not an answer. And he goes, no, wait, what was that guy's name? That, like points to Petrichor and just goes, what was his name? That the guy, the other one, the fuckhead.
From the memory,
That one.
Draven?
Yeah. Points at Aristina and goes, that guy, that fucker. How? And she just goes, you've got to be kidding me. And he goes, I know I can't. And she goes, back to no talking.
I fucking love this woman so much.
She then thinks and goes, now we have two memories of interactions with this person asking for the shield to be taken. And it would seem as an attempt to try to frame the Minister of Evocation.
What would his motives be?
And she kind of shrugs and goes, I haven't the foggiest. I know two things. He is a vampire and a janitor, and he owns some kind of nightclub, if you will, that the public isn't supposed to know, but caters towards those of his nature.
Bet it's killer.
There's a moment as if Petrichor is listening to somebody speaking when clearly no one is. I know you're going to think this sounds crazy because you're not going to understand any of it. Because you don't know what movies are. But in Riley's knowledge of cinema and movies, even though they say it's not entirely accurate because it's Hollywood, but I don't really know what that means. Typically, when someone has a front for a business, there's always something else going on underneath, which...
Well, that's just it. You are new here. So,
I
yes,
literally told you that.
Bear with me. This city, there are many who are, if they do not deal in the undead, if they do not have dealings with undead, they are undead themselves. There is a small vampiric population here. They, close to a century ago, became under vast scrutiny because they were predators, according to the public, that were feeding on innocents. And while it was ruled I don't want to say unconstitutional, it sounds too real, but unlawful to try to purge these beings for something that is against their will, they were given rights to, in certain areas, feed consensually with those who chose to partake in those areas. It's not something that is advertised, but it is legal, it is monitored, it is tracked, and yes, Draven owns one such establishment. There are, I believe, 4 within the city. But again, it is all tracked, it is all above board, as it were, and that would be the behind the scenes of just a fanciful evening at a very clean establishment. I swear he doesn't even touch the table during council meetings.
Hypothetically, Not just Draven, anybody. If you were to take out the Archmagister, what would you get for that? What would come of that somebody would find rewarding?
Nothing, because they would have a mob on their hands. I
So
don't
why
think
do
that
it?
we would.
You're a tactician, strategy. Put yourself in somebody else's mindset. If you were to take out the Archmagister, knowing what would come from it, why would you do it?
She has to take a moment and think about it, because this is something she would never have considered otherwise. If I were to destroy the Archmagister of Ebenfell, somebody who has made leaps and bounds to make this city a good place to live in an otherwise inhospitable landscape. She kind of shrugs and goes like, there must be something deeper, because the best that I can think of is I would want that credit for myself. I would just want to be in that spot, but it's, well, I guess the janitor being a powerful enchanter isn't something that I would consider either. Would his motives be as base as wanting to be Archmagister? Knowing that the public would disrespect him and vote him out immediately, if not ask for his head? Demand his head? There's something deeper. It doesn't make sense.
It would make sense as to why he would be covering his tracks. I mean, like you said, I don't know if just. I mean, there's a couple of lanes or theories you could go down. One is the just wanting to take the power and position that the Archmagister had, but that doesn't feel like enough given the repercussions and consequences that would come from it. Being vampiric in nature, there's always the route of unbridled feeding, not having restrictions for those kind of things. But once again, would that be reason enough to do it? He's obviously covering his tracks. Not terribly well, but well enough.
Mr. Guzman, you are free to speak again for the moment to answer this question. How long have you been trying to acquire my shield? And he goes, over a year now.
And how long has Draven been janitor?
We're not there.
She's
We
going-
can't answer.
She's going to turn back to Riley and be like, I've been aware of the machinations of the goose for roughly 9 months. If I was only aware of this fool for that short of time, and he was conscripted a little over a year ago, how long has this plan actually been in motion?
Things like this that are this well thought out take time to plan, let alone put into action. Which begs the question, how long has this been going on? Who all knows about it? And how many people have had their memories altered, like Goose and myself, to cover his tracks or to keep information hidden?
Even if we went to Zealy right now, we would not be able to round up everybody in Ebenfell and start trying to restore memories. We also don't know what memories would be restored. Even if we had the church to help, even if the church was unaffected. You're saying that he's altering memories, which is keeping him out of sight of the Raven Queen? Who knows who could possibly have been altered for how long? All I can say is that, to my knowledge, Draven is not into his second century as a vampire.
This might be stepping out of my... I don't think it's quite stepping out of line, more of just... ballsy? What are the chances we would be able to talk to the Archmagister himself?
By yourself? Very low. If I went with you, very good.
The Raven Queen can't see much of the situation given the perspective that she sees things in. However, as I mentioned before, I might be a cleric, but faith isn't really my thing. Not in deities, not in gods, in people. And in actions. We've had a handful of gods show interest. I was able to ask a very limited amount to a god named Ilmater. He is who provided me with clarity over your intentions with the sword and shield. He doesn't know what Draven has to do with all of this, if he's a major player or not. But he does know that talking to the Archmagister will help bring information to help with at least my goal. Which might, in part, line up with the loyalty that you share with the Magocracy here. All I ask is for a chance to take it to the person who seems to be threatened in this situation, no matter how severely or not.
Well, seems simple enough. Guard! And the door opens again. Bring around my carriage. We are going to the Skull District. And also, and she looks over at Jerry. Put him in manacles.
Everybody's so mean to Goose.
Invite the rest of your friends inside while I prepare.
One by one, as the doors open, Petrichor just to everyone says, I've got a plan, come inside.
Cocky bolts.
Xanthi is headed right inside as well.
Baro takes a
Like, shh.
moment to try to sense the area before, just because knowing how things have been, he's just curious if he may perceive anyone potentially being in the vicinity, looking their direction as this group of orcs seemingly is going inside the.
Give me a perception check.
Gladly, good sir.
With little guy.
Oh, I'm adopting little guy. Little guy's my buddy now. We're best.
He doesn't have to be on you for that shit to work either, which is nice.
Low guys.
I love little guy so much, and I need to actually properly name him. It will happen.
21.
21. You take in your surroundings. You listen. You do everything that you can to just one last check before going inside. And there's a few single or double lawkeeper patrols that either pass overhead or are on the fringes of your perception, but they're not stopping. They give no inclination that they are on to you in any way, just on patrol.
I'm more curious if I perceive any particular presence potentially still.
If there was anything additional that I could tell you, I would.
Very well. Baro proceeds inside.
Shoving past the guards, running up to Petrichor. So, did you tell her about me?
I
Is she still
haven't
here?
yet. Clucky, she's getting ready. I haven't been able to talk to her about that yet. There's some more pressing matters. Maybe you could talk to her about it yourself. In a little bit. Give it time. Don't push it onto her.
Can we drop these disguises? Because this is just uncomfortable.
Unless you have an easy way of disguising yourself again, I wouldn't recommend it.
Xanthi just kind of sighs.
I would wait for Arsena to see if she has a solution to it.
Sir DM, can I also insight the guards in the vicinity, like the ones at the door and everything?
Sure.
Is the dwarf that I stole the watch from here?
Oh, he's here.
Oh, hey, I got your little thing.
How you do?
That's 16.
They seem like guards.
Passive 19, though.
You're not passively investigating shit.
Baro is never passive and always passive.
Then
He's always
stop bringing up your passive scores.
It's the way of the monk, okay? It's the way of the monk.
Baro's passive aggressive. That's about as passive as he is.
The way of the monk being active, not passive. Monk, way of the always on guard.
I mean, kind of.
The way of the surprise.
Wait,
Way of I saw you coming.
Why does not Goose got chains on? What he do?
Xanthi just
Arsena
laughed.
and Tim have a very interesting and complicated dynamic. It's more that she ensures he doesn't take anything while he's here.
He literally, like, hands chained, pulls up a hand, inhales to speak, and disembodied
You know
voice,
what she said.
You hear not a word. And he just
Xanthi just starts laughing louder.
Xanthi.
Baro's gonna use his tremor sense
Howdy.
to sense this room or this whatever We can sense while he's in here.
Give me a perception check.
I never do those. Thank you.
Xanthi would like to do an inside check on Aristina, though.
Well, we can wait for her to come back.
She ain't here, homie.
Is
Oh, she in
indisposed.
here?
Clucky's giving Goose aggressive head pats.
26.
Xanthi's just laughing even louder.
This is a large room, but being made primarily out of stone has a very nice echo to it.
And you have a hyena laughing sorceress.
You are picking up that there are several chambers with very large double doors that are currently open, as if this is like a museum ready to be viewed, even though you are localized to the grand entrance hall. You don't get enough that that there is like a full layout of this building. It's a big building. But what I will tell you is that about 20 feet beneath your feet there is a open cavity.
Ooh, smash.
Okay. Is this thing underneath? Do I feel it as like something that is attached to something, like a stair, like a pathway, or does it feel like it's just like, emptiness and then cavity? Like
There is the cavity, as if like 20 feet below the ground floor there is another space, like a basement.
Noted.
It's for when tornadoes come.
Structurally sound.
I will say via the spies murmur directly to Borrow. Petrichor just says, she was wearing stuff very similar to you.
Oh my god.
How do you mean?
So stinking cute.
The last time we saw her, she was in a dress. She was in robes, but not like fancy sorcerer, magic person, royal, whatever, regal. Like practical robes like you wear.
Huh. Curious.
About 5 minutes passes. And for all of you, Aristina returns.
Smash.
I didn't even start yet.
You don't need to. It's Taylor.
She's entered the room. Smash.
Honestly,
She
it's Lady
is
Snooze.
she is tightening the strings on gauntlets as she is now adorned in half plate.
Smash.
Smash.
And goddamn.
We
Listen.
As
thirsty.
she is putting the finishing touches on this, looks at all of you and just says, shall we? Just in case.
It would seem so.
Still got your metal object thing. Here, you can have it back.
She kind of looks curious and just goes, Clucky fucking McCluckerson.
Hi, that's me. You remember?
You missed our date.
Yeah, we got in trouble, and I had to protect my family.
You should never keep a lady waiting. And then she goes over to the wall and grabs the most badass looking great axe that y'all have ever seen. That Borrow has seen once before as she was standing with it in North Romeo.
Borrow
And
recovers
says,
just so he can see her and say smash, and then he goes blind.
Smash.
Divine prophecy. I can see.
I can see this beauty. Oh, okay, Scott.
Dang
Okay.
it.
Worth it.
No, it's just like he's able to see, and then like her beauty just absolutely shocks him, and he goes blind again.
Right.
Kind of looks at all of you and just goes, You won't be needing those. I will be escorting you.
Xanthi goes, "Oh, thank God," and drops the disguise spell. Ugh.
Clucky, to explain how to do it, just think that you look like yourself again.
He turns
How do
back
you
into a
think
normal
that-
chicken.
How do you do that?
So, look at your hands.
Right?
You know how they look different than normal?
Yeah.
Think that they look like they normally do.
You just like see a vein. If you could see a vein bulging out of his forehead, you could. It would be there, and he's just like his eye begins to twitch as he's like concentrating, and then oh, that look at that. That's awesome.
There you go.
I didn't know I could do that.
Even though it doesn't make sense, there's a poof of feathers.
I guess the that raven lady was right. I am magical. You guys are staring at the next great sorcerer.
Sure, Clucky.
You're doing good, Clucky. You're doing
So
great.
Doing great, sweetie.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one who thought that. You're doing great, sweetie.
Looking at everybody now and just kind of nods and just goes, "All right, let's go." And she walks directly past you, right through the group.
Smash.
I'm going to give this little tidbit because it hasn't really come up to the person who loves his passive scores, specifically his passive insight right now. It's not that you guys are like super close together, but she does make a direct path to the doorway. And what stands out to you is that like you would think somebody of her stature would just wait for people to move or like push past them. There is a thought process to literally coming within inches and not touching people at all.
Smash.
Methodical tactical. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
You get the impression that if this was the busiest marketplace, she would make it through without being touched. Is everybody following her out the door?
All right,
I would
Goose.
follow her anywhere. Yeah.
Clucky picks up not Goose and tosses him over her shoulder. All right, let's get going.
Xanthi starts laughing
Oh,
even louder.
And by the way, as she's passing through, without even looking up, just goes, "Mr. Noctis, thank you for joining us."
Through sight, baby.
Oh, this is not for you. Don't worry.
Thank God that it's not. Sorry, thank the gods that it's not.
Nope. You said thank
exit-
God it's canon.
Damn it! She's
You killed,
Christian now.
you killed all the gods with just one
I'm sorry.
fucking line, Matt.
Simultaneously with the thought.
She just goes,
I know I'm gonna be that
Battle
annoying.
Royale for all the gods.
I'm gonna be that annoying with this, but the chances are that Borrow is still going to attempt to do a similar perception before they get in whatever carriage when he's outside.
I will say
Spam,
Xanthi is
spam,
still going to do an insight check
I mean,
on Arizona
Technically
as
speaking, this
well.
is stuff that he's constantly doing just by like stepping and like tapping his staff. Like, and currently with the stakes as they are, that like, yeah.
you all walk outside, and there you once again see the large ebony wood carriage, very ornate with lanterns on the side of it, glowing a nice lime green color. And the carriage being pulled by a small squadron of 8 zombies.
Smash.
Okay.
She walks directly towards the carriage, giving orders to her guards on the way, instructing 2 to follow, and then the rest to maintain a perimeter, keep the doors locked, nobody goes inside.
I'll point out that Borrow hasn't removed his orc. look.
If you want to, that's up to you.
How much time has passed since Soul cast invisibility?
More than 5 minutes.
I have an hour, so cool.
It's an hour? Okay. Hasn't been an hour. So, as we are getting into the carriage, as it were, Petrichor and Barrow, can you guys make me some intelligence saving throws?
Mother.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Does this apply, little guy, as well?
Mm-hmm.
Not a saving throw.
Not a saving throw?
Mm-mm.
Excuse me. Oh shit.
Are you
Mhm.
fucking kidding
Mhm.
me?
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
That
Mhm.
one.
Uh-huh.
That's a 4.
It's
Oh,
a 3.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god!
I have
Why
no
do
I
you
have no
constantly
modifiers.
roll low on saves?
I have no modifiers. Guidance doesn't apply. I rolled a 3 on the die.
Well, Jerry rolled the best, and he got a 7.
Oh God.
Do you guys?
It's fine.
Everybody files into the carriage, yes?
And Clucky's flying overhead. He doesn't like riding.
Xanthi is climbing into the carriage.
Aristina will call up to Clucky as you begin
Toss
flying. Go.
Goose in.
They will not stop my carriage, but they will stop a giant white feathered bird man.
Well, should I just ride? I don't want to ride.
Lucky,
You
we
could
need
ride
you to
on
be a
the back.
shield.
You can just hang out on top or
Also-
outside. You don't have to be inside.
I'll
I
sit
guess
on
this
top.
will be fine.
Oh my god.
Do you really want those wings inside the carriage?
It's very spacious in here.
Still.
It is what it is.
Like the SUV of fantasy.
We're past
I
the
would
point
also
of
like-
comfort.
I would also like to point out that the pike on his back is 10 feet long, so that's also a thing.
Just sticks a hole in the top of the carriage.
You
Soul.
all. Oh, I hear Soul.
Soul is going to enter the carriage as well, but immediately go into a trance to try and recover some spell slots.
You just letting you know, knowing the city, it's not that far of a drive.
It's not that far. Okay.
Yeah.
Even with like a full rest being 4 hours for an elf.
It's going from district to district. It's not going to another city.
Cool. All right.
So
Never mind. He's going to sit quietly and watch.
the carriage starts moving, and as you start traveling, Aristina will address you all and just go, "We will go directly to Zeely. We will plead this case. Whatever may happen, whatever can happen, whatever may come, he will have some better idea, I hope, or at least he will know that somebody is targeting him directly. Not to mention having the most powerful spellcaster in the city on your side will probably do us good." If nobody has anything to say.
Oh,
Well, that was faster.
Xanthi's just kind of in the carriage. She is. Again, she's still kind of paranoid, even though we are being escorted by like giant sexy woman. She still would just be paranoid, being like thinking like someone's gonna come out of nowhere and just like try and like grab her or something. Like that was not a good experience for her.
Even though it doesn't
Fixed.
show outwardly via expressions or anything, Bar would be able to tell that Petrichor's nerves are starting to get to them.
Fuck, Jesus.
If nearby he would attempt to place a hand on their shoulder.
overhead, looking around.
It's a lavish interior, Clucky. You
No,
think
I'm
that it
on the
would-
roof, baby.
Oh yeah, okay. So you're just on the roof.
Watching the rooftops.
You guys make it into the Skull District. It's other than going to the Rookery, which is the Temple of the Raven Queen. You guys really haven't trolled around the Skull District too much. So you do see the Rookery. It's the second tallest building in town. And ahead of you is the tallest building, which is Ebenfell Keep. You continue traveling along. Clucky, make a perception check for me.
Here we go. You
Oh
son of a
boy.
bitch.
Oh boy.
It's 11.
11.
Yeah. Yeah, 11.
With about 100 feet before you're upon them, there is a line of lawkeepers blocking the road in front of you.
Ruh-roh.
That's when Clucky would probably tap on the roof. Aye. We got those metal men up ahead.
Xanthi immediately tenses up.
Like hearing that and then like looking ahead, the driver, who is one of her guards, like is kind of like puts two and two together at that point, just kind of and like starts slowing down. And Aristina kind of like leans forward to try to look out the front window as much as she could, and just kind of somehow, if it is Draven, he knows.
That's what the saving throw was. God damn it.
She kind of just like sighs, shakes her head, opens the door of the carriage, and steps out, great axe in hand.
Smash.
Clucky
Or-
will hop down next to her.
Bara is going to communicate mentally to Petrichor. Riley is very good at hiding. If needed, and you need to get to your destination, make sure you get there. If we need to bide you time, we'll bide you time.
Hopefully, it doesn't come down to that.
That is all we can do. Hope, right?
Yeah. We've got this.
Famous last words.
It'll buff up.
So, Clucky walking up with Aristina. She walks until it's about 60 feet between her and this line, which is it's a mixture of the like standard issue lawkeepers and then what I'll describe as the SWAT team that showed up to Soul's place.
Pass.
At last. At last. It has occurred.
And we've killed the DM. We have one D&D, you guys.
It only took us 7 dimensions, but we got a pass. We
Finally.
got a pass, guys.
This means we get to level up to level 20.
God damn it, Taylor.
Love you, Matt. Fuck the police.
You all can hear this as it happens. Aristina calls out, "This is High General Aristina Shadewatcher asking all of you to stand down." After a moment of there being no response, this is former High General Aristina Shadewatcher ordering you all to stand down.
Smash.
And these 20 individuals speak in unison.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
No.
You'll never reach the keep alive.
Wanna bet? Wanna bet?
Let's fucking
Let's
Challenge
bitches
go.
up.
Next week on Dude.
Not next week, Matt. This week, Matt.
Matt,
Right
you think we've been going for 4
Thank
hours?
you, everybody.
We haven't.
for
We got-
coming.
Kid,
It is
this isn't the end.
3:30
This
a.m.
isn't
for
the
me. I have a job.
Who needs sleep?
The
I
lies,
do,
First,
the
unfortunately.
slander.
My
Thank
therapist
you
will
all
hear about
for showing up. The Raiders, a lot of you are still here. Thank you so much. All of the new
Oh,
followers,
yeah.
thank you again. Glad to have you here.
Bro.
Hopefully, you guys can tune in next week to continue this story. Tune in the rest of this week. Thursday, being tomorrow, we have Tales of Arden. Sunday, Frontiers of Eberron. And Tuesday, we have Edge of the Empire, the Jewel of Yavin.
this.
I have been your Dimension Master this evening, Matt, also known as War Torn Knight. We're gonna just leave it up for a moment. If you like what you see, follow To Be Diced on all of the social medias. Follow all the peoples. Their ats are right there. Take a screenshot because as they say, take a picture. It lasts longer. So give us all a follow. You can see us all. A lot of these people cosplay the characters that you've been seeing. So if you really want to see what
mine
it
is
looks
not
like,
under this tag though.
it's fine. They'll get there. It'll buff out.
That's what she said.
Again, thank you all for coming. It's been a pleasure, and we shall see
Thank you for
all
torturing
next
us.
week. Take care, guys. See you later.
Fucking hive mind.
Oh my god, that is horrifying. Just
We're
horrifying.
taking down a gosh dang vampire
Indubitably.
horde.
Are we still live?
Twilight ain't got
Yes,
shit
we
on
are,
it.
because it gave me an error ending the stream.
This is
How
because
dare.
we haven't finished the session.
This is
Matt.
because we're
It
not
says
done,
we're not
Matt.
We
allowed
can't
that.
leave.
We're not
We're
done
trying
yet,
to
Let
Matt.
us get to
We're
the
not
good
done
part.
yet, Matt.
Fantastic.
Give
You don't love us.
2 more hours at least.
Just
That's
2
probably
more
the error.
hours.
one
error
of
is-
us.
Why
One
can't I
of
end
us.
I need it.
I can't,
You got-
then I'm not going to.
The
Matt, you're gonna
dice
have to
gods demand.
Matt, you don't love us. You don't love us.
In the stream, having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection. Why aren't you letting me end the stream?
Because
It's
we
not
need
time
to
to end
click
it
some
yet.
It's
buttons.
not time.
Who's
Give
doing
us-
this?
It's
keep
not
going.
done
Hey,
yet.
Give the masses
We're
AJ,
not
let it
done yet.
go.
We're not done yet.
Twitch has
Give-
spoken.
the masses what they want.
This is
Uh,
insanity.
Twitch
Why
is like,
can
I'm
I-
the DM now.
You
It's
brought us
StreamYard.
here.
We're trying
Give us-
again. End stream. Why?
Bye.
Matt doesn't love us.
Goodbye.
Stop.
No, we're still here. We're still here.
Hmm.
Oh my
Hmm.
god.
It's almost like
It's
we
almost like
need
it's meant to
to
be.
be here.
Come on,
We try-
Matt.
Have
on,
you
Matt,
tried?
come on.
Have you tried
Again.
unplugging and plugging back in?
Yes.
Listen.
Have you tried?
Yes,
Have you tried
Listen, listen.
seducing the stream?
King of cliffhangers. Today is not that day.
You
Today
don't
is not the day.
But it was so good.
It
It is
was.
good, damn good.
Not
cliffhanger.
today, Satan. Okay.
With
If I
Clumpy
was
and Aristina
feeling
standing
really
side by
nice-
side right now.
If I was feeling really nice, I could end the stream.
Well,
But
I'm
we're
just-
not.
Debating if today is that day. I'm also debating as if how much sleep am I willing to lose because I also
No.
have work tomorrow.
As much as I would love it, I know that Bartholomew has work and
Yeah.
you have work.
serious work. We
So
got
Yeah,
Mm.
responsibilities.
we gotta adult as much as we don't want to.
We
You can
hate
adult.
it.
You'll just be tired when you adult, but
Exactly. You
We-
still
Yeah,
adult.
that
It'd be
doesn't
hard.
help. Adulting
doesn't.
operating heavy
tired.
machinery.
This is
In reality, everybody, good night.
good
We
night.
will see
Night.
you.
Good
Even though Matt
times,
doesn't
Gang.
love us.
provided that you're playing
Fine.
somewhere else.
Good night.
Gang, gang.
Bye-bye.
Ming.
Oh, it's
Doesn't
loading.
even work
Hasn't
for you
stopped.
either.
It's loading.
Oh,
It'd be
Yeah, we're
hilarious
gonna-
if, like, we just
Hold
spent
on,
every
wait.
stream.
Victory
Wait.
is ours.
We'll have to leave
The
the
dice
session.
gods.
Is it
I
not
am the
gonna work?
captain now.
Oh my
We're
god,
gonna-
this is
We're gonna have to
hilarious.
leave the session.
losing.
We're gonna have to leave the studio. That's
But
the only way.
Petrichor, but listen, I know.
We're gonna have to leave the studio in order.
It's not
for it
working
to
for you
close.
either, is it?
No.
Nope.
StreamYard has us kidnapped.
Oh hell yeah!
We're being held captive.
Here we are.
I think
Once
StreamYard
again.
has been taken over by the
Don't
dude.
I
think
wonder.
so.
Hold on. Can,
Last
can
time
I
on
end
D&D.
it?
Twitch.
Hold on. I'm in the Twitch. Can I end it via Twitch?
Let's try
No.
that. That's what I was about to try next. This is fantastic. This is the best
Don't worry.
Never,
technical
This is-
goof up ever.
never
Don't-
happened before.
Don't worry, we'll edit it in post. It's fine.
all I'm saying is all I'm saying.
All
Listen, all I'm saying that is in the chat. Raven says it is the will of the fates, and their name is Raven, and we have a Raven Queen involved in this game. All I'm saying is that everything seems to be aligned.
Smash.
I mean, while I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm going to say no.
So I just heard.
I
I didn't
understand.
hear no. I heard
Defying-
roll initiative.
You're defying the will of the gods.
Is Taylor
right now?
I
volunteering to DM?
legitimately don't know how to end this.
We're gonna have to leave.
Is
the
it not
studio.
happening from? Yeah, I mean, let's see if that actually works. What if the studio just keeps going?
I guess we keep
Well,
going.
I guess.
All right. Well, see you all later. We're gonna leave the studio one by one and see if that'll close out the stream. Take
Fingers
care.
crossed that
If Matt
love you
leaves,
too,
releases
I
us.
think it'll end.
Later.
if Matt leaves, I didn't make the room.
I
Oh,
did.
well, shit.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I
It'll
still got the
buff
Twitch
out.
up. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's
I'll-
not.
For to be yelled at, I'll meet you all on Discord.
Cool.
Yep.
Matt doesn't
Well
love us.
deserved.
Well deserved. Oh, nope, it's still going. All right.
It's still all right. Who's
See if
next?
AJ leaves.
Nope. What are you?
We got to be leaving one at a time.
I
Oh,
don't know.
boy.
I will. I will take the swan dive into
We'll
into
take
the
this
into
one
the
time.
abyss. Goodbye.
See you on the other side.
I'm the
Tarzan said that
DM
it's
now.
a server issue on StreamYard. The StreamYard is having issues.
Interesting.
Harrison.
All right, guys. So for those of you who are still in the chat, let me tell you a little bit about Borrow. Okay.
Borrow Lord.
I'm
Everybody-
listening.
So Borrow basically, so he's a monk and he's a human, and he's a male person, and he has a staff, and he does some monk stuff, and he comes from a place that's somewhere, and he actually has a history where once upon a time he did something, and then he did some other stuff.
This
And
motherfucker.
at one time, there was this huge thing that happened, and then things change. And the thing that made that change was another thing that happened. And it was just, it's one of those things, you know, like it just, I'm sure that you can understand now that you know the details of it, that it was inevitable for things to go the way that it went. And so, yeah. I feel like that's probably the most relevant and important part of things that happened to Borrow, or maybe they didn't, because I mean at this point, who knows? Maybe I'm just making things up. So
I can kick this motherfucker out of here. I have that power, bitch.
Listen. I was getting Borrow Lore. I was taking rap.
There is
notes.
none. We already know this.
Yeah.
Soul does not know it.
So
Get your
I hope that you all
ass.
enjoyed that. That was probably the most in-depth dive in that I've done with Borrow Lore. So if you guys have any questions about it, just let me know. Happy to answer.
Indeed.
Can I kick him out now?
I don't have the power.
I do.
Very well. Au revoir.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. We're going to see if we can get this to go away. Yes, Victor, I dare. Now get your ass out of StreamYard. You too, Oz. Shoo.
Okay. Bye.
Shoo. Goodbye. Maybe. Is it not even going to let me? I'm just going to close the tab.